All right. It's the Dins. What's shaking, y'all? I need I need to have fun tonight like it's a medical emergency. Oh my god, so much stress. I'm like running around singing. Singing is actually a really good way to regulate the nervous system. Like singing like while doing dishes, like the vibration, the humming vibrations. Like I think I've seen like meditation stuff that involves like how humming is good for you. So you probably saw the post that I put. Everything's rolling, right? I'm like every time I start and then I just immediately start talking, I'm like my microphone and everything is on, right? Um so I did that post about that, the thing about sensitivity and how don't let people get in your head to be too sensitive. Man, that thing that happened, I get triggered semi often. I'm a traumatized neurodivergent person, kind of goes with the territory. I've kind of learned it's not always about stopping yourself from getting triggered. Sometimes it's just about managing getting triggered. But this one fucked me up because this one involved me having to fire a client, and that's money. And it was, I was kind of looking forward to telling you guys that, my whole thing about relating to Maximus. Basically, any friend of mine who is familiar with the Fallout show and my life, I'm like, this was a Maximus withholding the stim pack kind of situation. I talked about how the thing about Maximus that I relate to is I'm willing to pay my dues and be respectful and put in my an effort to be respected by the team, but there's certain lines that if you cross this line, I will withhold a motherfucking stim pack and watch a guy die. And this was a situation where I'm not gonna fire a client for being rude. We all have our moments, but I will fire a client for being rude and not sorry. you know, and basically, and that was the big trigger. The trigger is people being rude to me or disrespectful to me and framing it that I'm too sensitive as opposed to like, no, you were rude and you were called out. Because now that I'm fucking 40 years old, they can't really do that to me anymore. Like, now I know what rudeness is. But, young and insecure and having a family that wasn't emotionally supportive, I really, it was really easy to trick me that I was being too sensitive and that they weren't just being rude. And now I've seen where that road can lead, you know? And so I was like, I am not entertaining this at all. And, it sucks because, I'm so trained to be like, it's so irresponsible to walk away from money. And it is. And this is why, like, I have the thing now. Super chats appreciated, especially now that, like, I mean, in the short term, it's kind of nice because clients off my schedule, so I got some more time to prepare for Wasteland Jamboree. But then it's also like, I have to figure out how I'm gonna um make more money when I come back. And of course, Atlas is gonna do what he can, and hopefully we'll make a bunch of money at Wasteland Jamboree because we are working a vendor booth. But there's a lot of uncertainty right now for me financially. But a lesson that I kind of had to learn is, if you think, oh, I can't, like, it is a kiss of death. It is psychological, like, nervous system suicide to continue a relationship because you need it for the money. File that away. Because what ends up happening is the money ties you more seriously to a person that doesn't respect you. And that does so much damage. Like, and I've had enough situations in the past where I've walked away from a situation I was financially dependent on, and I didn't know how I was gonna figure it out, but I always did, and I always do. So, the worst thing, it is such an easy thing to beat yourself up about, but it is wise to walk away from money from someone who doesn't care how they make you feel, who doesn't respect you. And but it was a huge leap of undoing programming, programming like I talked about in the Are They All Addicts video, to be like, no, I don't have the right to walk away from somebody paying me. But you have to, because the long-term ramifications, it's almost like it's even more important to walk away if it's a financial thing because of the ties that are binding you to holding a relationship with this person. And there's a lot of people out there that will be like, I can treat this person however I want because they need my money. But oh my god, I will never be paid to endure disrespect ever again. And then like right after this happened, so now that Wasteland Jamboree is in like 2 weeks, and so going through the checklist, my suitcase is almost entirely packed. And one of the things that I needed to pack was boots, because I was so smart at Mojave Mayhem at the New Vegas event. I got I like really paid attention to things that I wished I had or things, and I made a list. And so now I'm going through that and being like, okay, well, how am I going to make sure Wasteland Jamboree goes better and that I don't run into the problems that I had in at Fallout Celebration last year? And something that came up a lot was that I didn't have good shoes for walking around outside. So I ordered boots, and these boots came in the mail. I ordered 2 pairs of boots, and I'm gonna try not to be too autistic and break down parts of this story that are not necessary. But they sent me the wrong shoes. They sent me the wrong shoes. I'm like, finally, I ordered directly from a store instead of from Amazon, trying to be more responsible consumer. But I'm like, this is why Amazon runs the world, because if I'd ordered this from Amazon, the right shit would be in this box. And because it's Amazon, it's not Amazon. It's a bigger pain in the ass to return it, and it was a pain in the ass to return it. And I was already triggered about this thing about having to fire this client. So I like had like this awkward interaction with the clerk, and I'm like blowing up Atlas's phone with like how like dysregulated I was. So I'm stressed about having everything done that I need to get done before the event. I'm, stressed out about these shoes, and hopefully I'll get some confirmation from Meryl and actually get the shoes that I need for the actual event. And I tried to do the right thing and order it farther enough ahead of time that I would have the boots in time. I mean, there's still hope. I sent Atlas a screen of the ghoul from after like the episode when Lucy was being bait for the gulper. I sent a picture of the ghoul just like this with the subtitle, "You still got time. You still got time." I was like, oh man, what a perfect moment for this TV show reference. Yeah, see it here, you finally caught on. So I am a straight, white, 56-year-old married cis dude with a couple of sons, to my knowledge, not neurodivergent, but I was taught to respect other humans and appreciate the diversity in humans. Oh, I'm sorry, maybe I just thought you were autistic because you write properly, but that might be just because you're 56. That is funny, though, that's like a cue that I think somebody is autistic, is just that they, kind of speaking articulately, but being 56 could also totally explain that. Not the gaslighting and "you work for me, so do as I say" excuse. That stuff makes me afraid of doing commissions, but proud of you for standing your ground. Thank you, it really, really helps. Kiwi said some really, really nice stuff to me over the messaging, because, getting triggered like that, it's not just that it hurts, it's that it takes you back to, like, the peak of your abuse. And I just, and that's why I wrote that thing on the post, was to affirm that I'm not too sensitive, because that is exactly like how people got me to put up with so much shit, is convincing me that I was too sensitive. And the best way out of it, if I start analyzing, because the problem with starting to analyze whether you're too sensitive or not is, what are you measuring that against? And something I've learned in my 40 years of wisdom is that most people take too much shit. Like, I used to think, oh man, these people are stronger and tougher than me because they can handle all these things. No, they can't. Everyone's losing their minds. And people resent me for standing up for myself. Other people are just as bothered as I am. Maybe not as viscerally, because of the neurodivergence involved. But, like, they are bothered too. And they have just been, like, subdued and by the culture. So, there's so many things like that, like, going right to like the autistic holistic thing. There's I really bought into this idea that I think I brought this up in maybe the Norm video, where I was saying that this idea that autistics are too picky about what words mean what, etc., etc. And now that I'm older and I've observed, I'm like, no, allistics are confusing the shit out of each other because they're not speaking to each other directly. This isn't just an autistic picky thing. Autistic people are more like less tolerant of, you know, lying and keeping things inside, but allistic people are confused, like, about how people feel about each other. I mean, look what's happening culture wide with consent, you know, because allistics weren't talking to each other about their sexual boundaries. Like, that's not autistic pickiness. Y'all, the allistic world would benefit from talking to each other, you know. If you're coming to West Virginia, make sure you bring a coat. Thank you. I'm bringing my bearskin jacket. I don't know if you guys have seen the ads for, they're the douchiest ads that are appealing to men for this thing called like the bearskin jacket. And like, you know, like if you're like, they really market it like only like badass manly men wear the bearskin jacket. But I bought one of those things and I love it. It is so warm and it has so many pockets. And it's great because it's like a really insulated, so it's super warm, but it's not really thick, so the wide, it's a very wide range of temperature that you can wear this thing. And for somebody with my intolerance of physical discomfort, it is very, very nice. um Thanks for being a decent human. As someone who has done too much retail customer service, it scares me how much those concepts are lacking in a good portion of society. Yeah, I try not to think about it too much because I'm like, I don't want to sit here and think like, oh, I'm so much more ahead. If everybody else would just get on my level, because, um, not just because I'm, you know, terrified of being narcissistic, but also like, it doesn't matter. Like, I could sit here and complain all day. Like, if everybody would just do what I did, the world would be a better place, but they're not going to. So I still have to figure out how to manage this confusing nightmare. Um, for the brain melting chaos when it rains it pours, situations, yeah. Yeah, and I was just I knew I had to handle the shoe return situation. I had to handle it. And it was like the worst possible time for my emotional state. And I love that, you know, Atlas and Kiwi are so cool about me like blowing up their phone venting about shit. But I still feel bad doing it, and I really, really wish I had better internal constitution for these things. And hopefully I will one day. Carble Snarky's here. Also, same din same on too sensitive and allistics and allistics are clueless. I'm like so sick of pretending. Yeah, like this thing with the drama. Like I had to pretend that this person's insecurities weren't obvious, and I was willing to do that until they overflowed those insecurities onto me in a hilariously Regina George fashion. Like at the time that it was happening, I was very it was very obvious to me what was happening, and that's one of the reasons I became Maximus and withheld the stim pack, because I was like, you're bullying me in a very Regina George Mean Girls way right now, and there's been so many like clues that you were insecure about this thing. And it was actually the first time I've been sort of dealt with a rude person like that where I actually pitied them. Like, it wasn't just like, I don't have to take this in defending myself attitude. Like, I was actually sent them a really like nice kind of farewell message because I felt bad for them, because that is such a lonely way to live. And I was just like, oh, this person like really needs to, you know, needs hugs and love, but not for me, not this way. It wasn't until later that sort of the old nervous system, like, oh, but maybe I had it wrong, but maybe this, and all those sort of like programming. That's why I talked about it the in that Are They All Addicts video, that programming idea. Because something that just really sucks is we're all these beautiful beings of light in these limited squishy meat socks that operate in this certain way. And, you know, something that I think most good therapists nowadays would tell you is to remind yourself that feelings aren't real. Like, more accurate to say, feelings are not telling you what reality is, you know? So you need to respect your feelings and respect the experience you're having that your body is putting you through. but your body is a squishy machine that is sending signals. Yeah, and this is, what meditation is really helpful to do, is to sort of remind you that your feelings and your experiences are signals that are being sent to your consciousness. It's like a movie that you're watching all the time, and it's important not to ego identify with that. But I was just in an undertow because the trigger was so, I mean, that's why it's called triggers. It's like pulling up a movie, you know. It's pulling up a movie in your head. Um and it was just so, it was so overwhelming. It was so overwhelming of my consciousness. And so I'm really glad that I had good friends to sort of keep me from going adrift and identifying with a movie playing in my head. Luminous beings are we, not this crude manner. Ha! I was thinking the same thing. I always loved that quote. Ah! Which is that in Empire, or is that like newer Star Wars? I can't believe how basic this is, but I walked away from Star Wars at Last Jedi. I watched the beginning of Andor. I liked it. That's a big mug. Yeah, it's like a what is this called? It's a Stanley? It's like a knockoff Stanley, but it's great for stream because it keeps my drink cold. This is right. I put liquid IV in this so I stay hydrated. I used to drink these way too much, but it's a lot of salt to drink too often. Finish Andor, please. Maybe I should. I'm right now. I've been looping Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Always Sunny in Philadelphia is my comfort show right now, which is so funny because they're such horrible people. Like, it's such a in fact, my buddy of mine was like, I don't know how you can watch that. I just cringe watching what these people do. But I think that it's comforting in a lot of the ways. Same reasons why Fallout is comforting and why Cyberpunk is comforting for me, because it's really, really smart commentary on shitty behavior. Like, like there's some stuff on Always Sunny, like it is so obvious that these people have, and it's the mockery aspect too. Like Fallout and Always Sunny both show you horrendous human behavior and show you how stupid it is. And I find that really comforting. It's fun to kind of be validated in like the human behavior that I'm so sick of seeing, and see it mocked like that. Being like, it's like the whole show is like, this is you. This is what you look like when you do this shit. And they just lay it out so literally. Like, one of my favorite examples of this is there is an episode where it was actually the one I was just watching, but Dennis and Dee are twins, and Dennis is is a lot more like overpowering, and Dee is really insecure, and so Dennis always knocks her down a peg and competes with her all the time. They're constantly competing with each other, and there's this guy, a really nice guy, who really likes her and is kind of doing whatever she says, and Dennis is like, there's no way that this guy is really this nice and actually likes you. And he starts kind of getting it in her head that this guy is manipulating her the way that Dennis manipulates women. And then like there's a scene where she just interprets like everything that the nice guy does as being a manipulation tactic. And I love that so much because of how often I've had to deal with that trying to date, because I tend to end up going out with girls that are neurodivergent and slightly traumatized. And it's like, there's no point in even trying to be decent or good, because I heard one girl describe this as emotional frisking. As it's like I'm constantly being tested for being a manipulator. Like, I really liked this one girl once, and I we hadn't like really hung out yet, but we were texting and chatting like a lot. And so I had no doubt in my mind that like we were gonna hang out a lot. We just hadn't yet because we were talking so much. And I was in this situation where I had to take a mattress out to the dumpster and I couldn't carry it by or like drag it by myself. It was too big and cumbersome. So, and she happened to live really close, and we hadn't met in person yet. But she lived really close, and I needed another human to help me do this, and I was like, "Hey, do you want to come and help me like move this mattress to my dumpster, and we can like go get coffee or something afterwards?" And she was like, "Oh, well, I'm doing something like right after that, so I can't like go do something." And I was like, "Oh, then don't worry about it." I was literally like, if we're not like, I wouldn't ask you to just come and move this thing, but if it might be like an intro, something you could help me do, and then we'll go do something. But then she was like, "Oh, don't worry about it, I can." And so she comes over and helps me move this dumpster, and helps me move this mattress, and is so shitty about it the entire time, and is like, "Well, if you're just taking it to a dumpster, why do you need help moving it anyway?" And like these little remarks, and I'm just like, I would have thought it was rude to make you just come over and do this one thing too. I was gonna suggest we do something else as well. You were the one that said it was fine, you know, that you didn't mind just coming over and doing this one thing and then doing your thing afterwards. And that was the beginning of like so many little things like that. I could go like, obviously it didn't go anywhere, but that's like an example of just like why I just have quit trying to date since November, because I have little stories like that with like 5 different women of just like, I exist and I'm just trying to be a person talking to another person, but I'm constantly being scanned for if I'm an abuser. And I let that shit, as you guys well know, I let that shit gaslight me so much that I thought I was a narcissist briefly. Like, I thought I actually was, because everyone treated me like I was one. And I'm just like, oh. Andor's so awesome and a bit too relevant to now. A lot of those shows are, because now is relevant to now. Like, reality has kind of always been this way. We didn't start the fire, but it's always burning since the world's been turning. I'm a big old Star Wars fan too. If you would, I like to know you and the other ladies ghouls opinion. A few days ago, I got caught in a downpour going into Publix and used a hot food stand to try to dry off when hearing Nerdy Girl now has Earworm Nerdy Girl by MC Chris, haven't heard of that in a while. Politely excused myself because I didn't know how to handle what was happening. Was I wrong for not saying anything? Did you miss one in the middle? Did something in the middle get, did a message in the middle get frozen? I feel like a chunk of the story's missing. Kind of giggling at the stereotypical lesbian moving scenario. Yeah, like, that just seemed like such a normal, like, I didn't think anything in the world of it, but then I forget that there's, like, all these girls in the world that have been, like, exploited for chores, I guess? I can't keep up with how traumatized everyone is. And I'm a traumatized person. I think that most people, like, don't really have a good grasp of what I call what's yours to carry. Maybe it's a mattress, but I mean, like, not everyone that you meet in your life is responsible for being the antidote to your trauma. I'm gonna say that again, louder for those in the back. Not every person that you meet in your life is responsible for being the antidote to your personal individual trauma. Okay? All these big movements that are going on with, like, queer trauma and racial trauma and gender trauma, those aren't personal individual trauma. It's a whole bunch of people that are experiencing the same trauma. That's why everybody needs to care, because it's a shared experience of a group. Like, that's the difference. You know, like I talked about in the Ghoulsy video and stuff. It's like, don't yell at people in comments as an individual. Form a group, and then you make social change happen. And once you have enough people that all care about the same thing, then you can make a big fucking deal out of it, because it's not just about you. You know? But the way that I'm expected to be, oh my god. It's funny. Nothing has hurt my relationship with women more than being gay. It's really ironic. Ever since I've come out, now all of my best friends are men. A friend I used to work with told me a joke. What does a lesbian bring on a second date? A U-Haul. Yeah, that's the joke. That's what they say. And that's another thing too, is like being so like starved for connection and affection. It's like the next girl that's nice to me, I'll just like fucking wife her right that second. But like, that's kind of the problem, is we have to slow down and get to know each other, because once you like give somebody that much of yourself that quickly, then it feels more like a betrayal when they make one tiny mistake. Yes, the perfectly preserved pie shirt. This was, one of the first things I tried to do when I was trying to do Fallout stuff was have a shop, and this was one of my favorite shirts that I designed. I designed this. This was before AI. I drew this pie. I really did. There was no AI at the time that I made this. That was not a thing. You're such a dude. I've said the same thing. I wish I could heal everyone's trauma, but I can't. I mean, God, just like self-awareness that your trauma, what's yours to carry. Like, I am fine with being, I'm fine with giving space for somebody's insecurity, as long as it, and trauma and fears, as long as they don't, I'm too traumatized by being treated like an enemy, by being treated like a villain. It like has screwed up my brain. I already looked the part by pandemic, so maybe yeah. What did my dirty mind went to using the mattress one more time. I think that probably not. If I remember correctly, I was probably dumping the mattress because it had my dog's pee on it. My dog, I had my last pug was very disabled, and it's been kind of funny like noticing how I'm so used to just cleaning up animal feces and urine being such a big part of my day-to-day routine. It's been sort of like, wow, it's so weird to have a dog that can pee on her own. But man, if she ever has the same problem that Potato did, I don't know what I'm going to do, because her guts are arranged differently as a female. So I don't know how to find her bladder. And she's also a lot more muscular, so Potato, I know exactly, like, I would pee my dog as one juices an orange. Oh, I miss that dog. I just made myself sad. Oh, man. That's crazy how, like, that stuff sticks. Ah. I literally am tearing up now thinking about my dog. Oh my god. Cheers to Lindsay's fault for also having more guy friends than gals. Thought I was weird for that. Definitely not weird. It seems to me like this stream is like 50-50, maybe leaning female though, right? Like the channel, the Lindsay's Fallout channel is like 80% male, but I think the stream audience seems to be half and half. That's the vibe I'm getting, but then again, I'm looking at y'all's screen names, so I guess I don't know everybody's gender. I'm actually really creeped out about how I don't have any female friends anymore. I didn't even notice it happening. I signed up for this, like, women's, like, sort of trauma healing group circle thing. I might hate it, but I signed up anyway. Just, I don't know, to see if I could possibly repair my relationship with women. Not a gay thing, not a dating thing, just a women's thing. Because ever since my, estrangement and everything else, it's happened slowly. I didn't even really notice it until kind of like a hindsight thing. The more that I heal and the healthier that my life gets and the healthier my Fallout social life gets, female friends have been dropping like flies. And all of a sudden I look out, I'm like, man, everybody that I talk to personally, like, that's like really involved in my life is a man now, pretty much. And I'm like, and then I look at, oh my gosh, thank you for the $10. A 16-something came up to me and tried to start a conversation, but I couldn't because she also got caught in the rain but was wearing a white t-shirt. Oh my god. Yeah, I would not notice that. Yeah, don't say anything is the right answer to that. Do not notice. You did the right thing. You do not want to acknowledge, especially somebody that young, anything about that. Pretend you didn't see it. Look away. That is actually probably a good, I don't remember if you're on the spectrum or not, but something I think that's good for all autistic people is we have a tendency when we're judging whether to say or do something, we look at, are we being honest or not? And we look at, is it the right thing or the wrong thing to do? Right or wrong, true or not? What we do not look at, and we need to, and this is what holistics have on us, is it our place? Is it our place to say anything? And it is important, normally autistics, will, sort of look at this as a stupid holistic hierarchy thing. It shouldn't matter if I'm the boss or if I'm this role or that role. If it's true and it's right, then I should be able to say it. That is incorrect. If you if somebody is wearing a dress that you don't like, are you their stylist? Did they hire you to look at to assess their clothing? If you know a fact that they don't know, are you their teacher? They didn't give you permission to have a say in this aspect of their life. So there are certain situations where when we're doing that checklist, we have and what somebody is wearing, in this situation, there comes a point, their friend or somebody that's close to them, if they're out in public and they're 16, hopefully they're not alone. It is the job of their friend to tell them that something like that is happening. It is invasive to the holistic word is inappropriate. That's what they say. Sometimes it is inappropriate for us to comment on certain things, and I if I was still teaching or still interested in autistic coaching, that's definitely something that I would want to talk about. And going back to trauma and stuff, a bigger scale example, one of the reasons why I was so fucked up by my upbringing is because my mother talked to me like an employee, or my mother didn't talk to me like my mother. She didn't treat me like a parent. She didn't know how. And she didn't understand the difference of what's appropriate to talk to your kid about versus what's not. Because she really had it in her head, if I treat my kid like an adult, she's going to grow up faster and that's good for her. She's going to be not immature. But it actually made me more immature because I wasn't raised. I wasn't raised. I was housed. Proud of you for attempting to step out of your comfort zone. Lindsay's Fallout says the essentially agoraphobic recluse. Still oh man, that's tricky. Especially after COVID, it's so important to exercise social muscles and get out, I just realized last week that I was less than 12 hours away from having 1,500. Oh, wow, 1,500 hours. Not even close. Not even close. Only 6 hours of gameplay unmodded. As soon as I get my trophies for the first mod and the unofficial patch, then quality of life stuff. Oh yeah, I thought I was gonna actually start Fallout faster today because I was so hell-bent on having fun because of my terrible week. I do tell folks in front of me at mass if their tag is sticking out. Yeah, I think that there is gray area. There is gray area. I feel like that's not as weird. You were managed. Yeah. That's a fair thing to say. But I think the same thing, that autistic quality of if it's true and if it's good and not minding your appropriate relationship with that person thing contributed to why my mother did that. If what she was saying to me was true, telling me all about how heartbroken and angry she was at my dad, even though he was my dad, it really, really messed me up. Okay, so I'm gonna switch to Fallout 4 now. Yes! I hadn't worn this shirt yet because I hadn't cut the sleeves off yet. But when I was preparing for the for Wasteland Jamboree, I was cutting more shirts because a lot of the Fallout shirts that I tend to wear on the stream, I wanted to pack, and so I needed other shirts to wear, and I was like, how have I not worn the pie shirt yet? It's awesome. And it's my Fallout shirt that I designed myself. I drew that. I drew it. I'll have to see what 76 stuff that Atlas ends up making this year. I don't want to make any promises in case he doesn't get around to it, but I've strongly urged him on the bag tags. I kind of part of me kind of wishes that I was playing 70. I guess next week I can do 76 to sort of prep, but I'm so bored by the scoreboard right now. I'm just so bored by it. I just don't care. I loved the Burning Springs update thing, but and the Sunset Sarsaparilla thing. There was a lot of cool stuff, and it's like they blew their load or something. I'll have to see if Peg wants to get out in a little bit. She was kind of antsy because the door was open. All right, I am going to switch over to Fallout 4. Da-dung! If you still have the sleeves and there's full images of the pie, you could turn them into patches and give them away. I think I actually just threw them away. It's really shitty fabric, though. They'd make terrible patches. I haven't done 76 for over a year now. I should drop back in. And there is, like, I want to finish Skyline Valley. I still haven't finished Skyline Valley. And I still have never dropped a nuke. I still haven't done Mononga Mine. Okay, switchy switch. Oh, let me open a game. A couple months ago, I think I was like so mad that I still hadn't dropped a nuke, and I was like so dedicated. And then when I started trying to do it, all like the hoops that they make you jump through to do it made me so mad. I was just like, I was so irritated. I was like, screw this. Alright, where did we leave off? I've been over-socialized today, so I'm gonna... Oh! Well, thank you so much, and thank you for the $10. Always a pleasure to see ya. I got the heart when people give me money. Knickknacks and tchotchkes for the win. Things people can stick on bags and stuff. Yeah, I mean, something that I've been really emphasizing with him is functional items. You know, things that people can use. Because I know when I'm shopping, that I'm a lot more likely to invest in something that I can use. I'm a big t-shirt person. Now I want to make more bootlegged Fallout stuff. I mean, you can get away with it. There's a lot of Fallout detail stuff that fans will know that they just don't have the effort to trademark all of it. Kill off the girlfriend of Vault Girl. My mission glitched out halfway. My disguise stopped working. But I'm pretty sure I could have talked my way out of it and convinced her to join her in the vault. Which quest are you talking about? Are you talking about Skyline Valley thing? So, I think I was doing... So this is I'm at County Crossing. I put she armor on everybody here. And I think the last time you guys saw County Crossing, I had my whole, quarters thing set up over here, but every time I looked at it, I just hated it. I still have my precious scaffolding set up, but I did this instead. Look how much better this looks. I don't, like, there was another, I don't know if it was Finch Farm or what, but another one that had one of these destroyed buildings. And I don't know why I didn't think of it before, but it suddenly dawned on me. I was like, why am I not building scaffolding around the destroyed building? It seems like such an obvious thing to do. Obvious, I say. So, yeah, so now I have, and I can't remember if I told y'all that I caved and bought the anniversary edition, and I got settlements expanded, and I got, like, all the mods that I was avoiding because I was like, I'm wasting way too much time working around Todd rules. And something else that have been working on is building these um gates and fences around perimeters. It's kind of fun looking at settlements and then deciding um where to put this gate. Like finding the good sort of solid even that just sort of feels right for putting a gate. Canyon Crossing, which one was first? Canyon Crossing or Ten Pines Bluff? I don't even remember. I guess Ten Pines Bluff is the first one that you do. I'm talking about that one. I was exploring the vault, but then I had to stop and do something at home. So when I logged again, this guy stopped working in the middle of the cave and got attacked. Then again, maybe it was just an illusion of choice, and I was going to end up having to betray her anyway. I don't know if I'm that far in yet. I haven't looked at any guides. Yeah, that's the thing that's kind of annoying about 76 is because it's an online game and you don't like do quests more than once. It's kind of hard to tell what was a choice and what wasn't. All right, back to Lindsay differentiating each settlement so that they can break out into civil war. Yeah, exactly. The only thing that's annoying about this setup is like I can't walk through this way, and that bugs me. So I have to go the whole way around to go to my little workshop things. What do I have on me right now? I guess I could paint those and put them in the thing. Unless I already have plenty of armors in here. Ah, fuck it, I'll do it anyway. Oh yeah, Raider armor doesn't let you paint anything. Lame sauce. Oh, I don't have any oil or anything right now? Oh, screw it. What is the natural next course of action? I think now all of my basic things for all of my settlements are done. Now I think I have to do stuff at Sanctuary, hilariously. Now I have to do the same armor thing at Sanctuary that I do everywhere else. I love these caravan people. They make me happy whenever I see them. What happened at Nordhagen Beach? Everything was going so well. Are they under attack? Artbrain is now imagining shirt stickers with Lindsay's Fallout Pip-Boy cartoon version with a speech bubble saying, fishing shit? Bar. Yeah, I guess we have Lindsayisms now. Din sites. Why was there an exclamation point? Everything looks fine over here. It's so weird. Everybody's got armor on, but I can't do anything with the kid. There's no kid combat armor. He's defenseless. But everybody else looks great. Yeah, you guys are fine. Exclamation point's bullshit. Do you guys have any idea why this would have an exclamation point? You got water, you got defense, you got... Maybe you need more food? But if it's the same number, it should be fine, right? It's just buggy? Whoa. Are you telling me that a Fallout game is being buggy? Din sites? Yeah. Yeah, it sounds good, but it doesn't look good written out because of the ZS issue. Fallout won't let us make child soldiers. Yeah, Fallout sort of has an existential crisis when it comes to children, doesn't it? Do you think because they're AI to make apps, you think there'd be AI to make mods? I mean, I'm scared to say anything about AI at this point. People are too spiky, and I hate it. I was kind of ranting to my buddy about that recently because my knee jerk, my instinct is to be honest about everything. I'm gonna turn down that light; it's a little bit bright. But like when people can't have nuance about things, it's hard to be honest. Wow, that light wasn't even that bright. Maybe I just have to turn up the exposure on my stupid camera or something. What if I turn on the light in my room? Which I normally would not want to do, but I guess that's where we're at. It'll stuck on if you should type with an S or a Z. Yeah, exactly, exactly. It sucks because it sounds so good, right? Woo. So along with because I was like, I want to have as much fun as possible, as much dopamine as possible, I did have my quantum soda. Sugar. Oh, come on. Oh my god! There's a cap stuck inside my bottle opener. Oh my god, I might have to get this out with like pliers or something. Oh no. Oh no, there's a cap stuck inside. It's a problem for another time. Did you see Tim Kane's AI video on Friday? I saw it in my recommendations. My sons are livid with him. Some days it feels like Nuance is dead. What, his video about AI is not good? Oh no, will it make me mad? Should I not watch it? I'm like sick. So are you saying that your kids had more nuance than Tim Kane did? Did I ever tell you guys about the time that I privilege checked Tim Kane? I saw a tarantula hawk wasp on my back porch today. Oh, come on. I'm gonna punch this dog to death because I don't have any guns on me because I didn't want to get confused. How are you guys even in here? I have so much defense in this camp. Oh, I didn't like the Quantum Nuka-Cola by Jones. Saw it, oh, gotcha. My nervous system is too activated right now to listen to people that I respect have opinions that that will bother me. Oh, the privilege check thing? He basically made the argument in a video once about, how, oh, the video, in a nutshell, it was like, oh, the video game industry is doing stuff that you don't like. Well, it's doing stuff that you don't like because you guys keep buying this stuff. If you guys keep buying this stuff and it keeps working, then video game industry won't do this stuff. And I was like, excuse me, sir. We were talking to a bunch of like broke, powerless people, and we're basically domesticated farm animals whose nervous systems are being conditioned to, our dopamine is being plucked like guitar strings by these giant corporations. telling us that we need to like share the responsibility and that like especially I mean to make up a game like Fallout that's all about Vault Tech experimenting on people. It seems pretty dense to be like if Vault Tech is experimenting on you and you're affected by that experiment, it's your fault, you know? I didn't make the comparison to Fallout. I was very gentle. But he responded to what I said and said, I agree with everything you said. So, ha 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 ha. It was incredible. But I want to try the sarsaparilla if it's similar to... It's like a cross... I'd say it feels more similar to cream soda to me. But I love... The Sunset Sarsaparilla is definitely the best one. Definitely. Like, if they were selling Fallout Soda again and I could get a case of just that one, that's probably what I would do. Nuka Grape, hilariously, Nuka Grape is the least appealing, I would say. Which is why I made that wild thing that I was going to have y'all say, and it was so funny that everybody said it. Oh man, I like the commentary from the... So for this particular crew, I'm thinking... Oh, I have to get everybody's guns and armor. Shit. I have to ring the stupid bell. I should make it earlier in the day. Or should I sleep? Because everybody's got their cycles and their jobs. Okay, let's put back everything we're not going to paint. Because I don't think I'm going to give... Nobody's going to have a... I don't think I'm going to do Institute. I'm not going to do that. Not going to do that. Not going to do that. The 44, maybe, though. Oh, yeah, I don't need all the 10 millimeters. Or the melees. Oh no, my 10 millimeters. I don't even remember where they are now. All the 10 millimeters that I used to do that trick to make space. I don't know if I want any of these actually. Oh man, maybe this was dumb. Okay, I'm just gonna go to just the 44. I think is the only one there's a chance that I'm gonna use as to equip my people. Flamers, maybe. I don't know. I just love them so much. Okay. So we need to go to sleep. It's funny, I set up this place to be my room, and then I just never use it. And then we'll go over there and ring the bell and take everybody's armor. And then we will paint it so everybody's Vault Tech. What's up, Piper? Have you called your sister? This is supposed to be my bed, and Sturgis is always in here. That's something that they need to change for Fallout 5. To actually assign beds to people, so people have fucking bedrooms. Fun fact, sarsaparilla was an OG ingredient in the original Ruby. Oh, I didn't know that. At the convenience store down the street, there was a Quantum, Grape, and sarsaparilla. For some reason, Grape was sold out first. Crazy. Then Quantum. That's cool that there's a convenience store down the street that has them. My sons are in the... What city do you live in? I'm curious what... Why is it raining in here? What? 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 Does that mean that if people are in here, they're not going to be properly sheltered? If somebody has an answer to that, I want to know. Is this not a shelter? You're in Canada. Is healthcare in Canada not horrible? I could never live in Canada, though, because it's too cold. Oh, man, this is going to be so annoying to have to take everybody's armor and then put it all back, but this is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. I want everybody to have... I'm thinking Vault Tech. Vault Tech is gonna be the paint job for
I just
Sanctuary.
Want to trade a few things.
He shouldn't be helpless though, so you can have a submachine gun. I won't have analysis paralysis if I just give people submachine guns because I can't paint those anyway.
My old man taught me that duct tape could fix anything.
I don't care.
I think he was talking about bullet holes.
Duct tape can fix anything. I don't think he was talking about bullet holes. Why did I instantly think he meant, like, putting tape over somebody's mouth? Is that weird that was my first thought? Hancock.
Look who it is. We heading out again?
No. Don't make me feel bad.
Just wanted to trade a few things.
Yeah, of course.
Oh man, you're helpless. Real
What
fix
have you
that.
got to trade today?
Oh, you're selling stuff.
You know what? Since we talked, I'm feeling swell. Look
Piper.
at the two of us
Heading my way?
here in Sanctuary. Prepare.
Let's trade.
This is what I've got.
Oh man, I haven't armed her either. I'm not very good to these
For
people.
Valentine.
Time to hit the road?
Oh my god, stop. Everybody's making me
Just
feel so
wanna trade a
guilty.
little.
Oh, sure thing.
Nick has nothing? I am not a good settlement person right now. Is there anybody who has armor that I can take from them? Oh, I guess I was waiting to armor a bunch of people because I knew I was gonna do this. Okay. Kate.
Hey there.
Ready to head back out?
Shush.
I just want to trade a few things.
What am I? A bank.
How do you even know what a bank is? Do banks exist? Someone was channeling their inner red-green with the duct tape comment. Speaking of Canada, my stepdad was a victim of the lack of specialists we have. Sadly, we lost him to... Oh, no! That could have been avoided. Oh my god! I'm so sorry to hear that. I'll just give you a different gun.
Are you ready to depart? I fear I may have to delete some of it to store my new observations.
Just looking to trade a little.
Man, it's like the most it's ridiculous that Marcy Long would have more
Sure, let me just stop what I'm doing to talk to you.
Oh my god, Marcy, get over it.
Leave me alone.
Man, how many people are here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Did I give her a gun?
Excuse me.
Do you need something, madame?
Oh yeah, I guess I didn't show you guys when I don't remember if I showed you guys when I humaned Curie.
Let's trade some things.
But of course.
Okay, she's got this. Does everybody need more ammo? I'll deal with that on the next round. I thought this was going to be way more tedious. Do you need armor?
Hey.
Yeah, there's no way that coat didn't inspire the ghoul. I will never believe it.
I just want to trade a few things.
Oh, I see. All I'm good for is hauling your crap.
I was actually gonna give you stuff, but fuck you. Fuck you then. Where the hell is Garvey? Oh yeah, Garvey's at the castle. Probably at the over at the castle being like, what the fuck? Where the hell you been, bitch? Alright. So that was not as much. The thing is, I want to put armor on everybody. but I don't want to ruin their sweet costumes. Okay. Alright, let's make a shit ton of...
You're making that look easy.
Vault Tech paint. He was diagnosed with a very acute leukemia, and they had to put a shunt in his skull with a tube to his spine, but he survived the cancer, though. What a... Speaking of all of us having, what I was saying about us being balls of light in this random ass meat sock and having to deal with whatever it throws at us. Funny fact, if you give your character too much cake in Fallout 4 and try to wear McCready's coat, your hips will clip through it? Really? All the stuff that they sneak in. Armorer rank 4. Can I do that yet? Because I do have a level up. And I've been waiting to use it for... Oh, I have to be level 39. Ugh. I almost feel like I want to hang on to that point until I can actually do something that... But because the surgeon retired and the healthcare system failed to replace him because there's no docs that had been taught how to remove it without paralysis, that's fucking bonkers. I have definitely had the thought that if I could do it all again, like, I love making videos. I love the craft that I'm good at, and it made perfect sense for me to get my degrees in what I do. But at the time that I made the decision to pursue radio, television, film, I didn't know that I was going to be such a terrible culture fit with the entertainment industry. I didn't realize how much I was going to hate. I didn't realize how much of it was going to revolve around having to be manipulative and vain and shallow. I thought that there was a way to be an honorable, good person and to make it, but I never found that. And if I could go back, I would have gone in a medical direction or an academic direction. Because I still could have made videos. Like, my degrees didn't help me. You know, doing it helped me. And nothing good for my career or my wallet has ever happened as a result of my getting my degrees. Only debt. And I'm about to have to start paying that back, and I don't know how I'm gonna fucking do it. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but there's no point in, you know, sort of a mantra that I've been repeating to myself over and over again is, I don't need fear to function. Like, panicking about how I'm at the barrel of a gun financially all the time isn't making me any more money. There comes a point in time where, instead of like, do I deserve it? Instead of like thinking like, I should be miserable because I haven't earned the right to relax, there comes a point where it's like, yeah, but who is my fear serving? It's not helping me get anything done. There was a time that it did. You know, there was a time that panicking motivated me to not fuck up, but now it's just... But the point that I was trying to make is, in another life, maybe I would have, been able to fill some medical gaps. Because I like figuring things out, and I like helping people. Fill in some gaps as far as what kind of doctors are needed in the world, I mean. You know, one of my biggest comfort shows, which maybe it's time for me to go back and rewatch, now that I've, like, watched Always Sunny to death, is Scrubs. I even, I almost volunteered at a hospital. Just cause that kind of shit used to drive my mom crazy. Oh my god. Looking back, like, there were a lot of, you know, volunteer work and stuff that I wanted to do, and my mom... People hated me for wanting to be nice and do good things. And just one of the many examples of how my existence just made people want to destroy me and make me hate myself. They almost succeeded. But no, I actually sincerely wanted to do good things. Without ulterior motive. And nobody can believe it! I loved Scrubs too, especially the... Oh, because there's a new Scrubs now, isn't there? Is there a new one? Like a, I remember hearing about that. But I guess I haven't followed. Maybe I should go back and... It's not being very well advertised. It's crazy watching, like, everybody from shows that I used to watch get older. That's the janitor! Oh my god, the nostalgia. Yeah, I'm assuming that they're not doing the calling him a girl's name joke anymore, are they? That's not really gonna play now. I couldn't believe, the new season of Always Sunny in Philadelphia really, like, took a turn. It was both more offensive and outlandish than anything else that they've ever done. And at the same time, the season ended with so much more heart and sensitivity than it ever has before. I was like, I'm so, like, perplexed. Like, I was so sure that at the season finale that they were gonna end on something, they were gonna ruin the warm and fuzzies that they set up. I was like, there's no way that this is gonna, it's Always Sunny, they're gonna be bastards. But no, it actually ended with some sensitivity. They call him Oldie? Oh, instead of Newbie? Oh my god. Man, I really need to get caught up on new Scrubs. Dr. Acula! I am so down for all of this Scrubs nostalgia right now. That was my favorite show. I used to have a Scrubs poster. I wonder what happened to it. I wanted to be a paramedic, but my grades absolutely sucked. Now I'm focusing on helping people still, but from a community service, peer support worker, and possibly art. Well, good for you. The world needs it. I think that's another reason why I wanted to go to this, like, women's trauma healing group thing. And also, I just edited, or I'm in the process of editing, this, trauma healing retreat thing, and when I was watching it, it looked like really positive and really healing, and but I'm also, you know, healing from healing. My experience with trauma healing communities has been so awful. I can't even believe it. It's easy to forget that so many, like, if you get a bunch of people together and they all say, I was a victim of narcissistic abuse, then a narcissist just sees, you know, a feeding frenzy. Like, it's like, oh, all the people who are susceptible to my abuse style all congregating in one place? How convenient. And I wish that weren't true. I really do. But it is. And they feed. And I was targeted and fed on and abandoned. I was left on the ground with my rad scorpion stings. And Elliot Reed releases styles for teaching medical method like a mini Dr. Cox. Is Dr. Cox there? Because a lot of the sitcom seemingly abusive teachers methods are past aren't acceptable no more, but they're funny when it comes from a girl. Ooh, that is true, and it makes sense that Elliot. Man, now that I'm thinking about it, after like binging so much Always Sunny in Philadelphia, there's a lot of similarities between Dee and Elliot, aren't there? You know, I think another thing, like now that I'm, you know, kind of comparing the two shows in my head, is maybe there's something about Always Sunny in Philadelphia that's also relaxing to me because they're terrible people. There's not any pressure on kind of saying what the right answer is, or what like good people would do, because obviously whatever they do is going to be horrible. And there is something interesting about how weirdly lovable these characters are, even though they're horrible. Echoing that sound awesome for Mexico, and wonder how it's going to affect how many people from the US go there for procedures they... Ah... I had to withdraw from child and youth work because of my own trauma. Well, that's very self-aware of you. Oh man, I actually am noticing that since I quit smoking, my interest in food has increased. Though that is... I feel like it's a really good sign. It's funny, I mentioned to Atlas recently that I had a crush on this girl on Instagram, and he was like concerned, like, be careful, you know, you don't want to, you know, kind of warning me about simping. And I'm like, dude, you're basically talking to an agoraphobic, like you're afraid she's gonna move to China. Like, the fact that I am even acknowledging that I am attracted to a female on Instagram is actually a huge step forward. Like, I'm feeling things again, you know? Like, it's, like, there's no part of me whatsoever that is expecting... Like, I would chicken out. Like, I wouldn't, like... like, there's no way... Like, like, if this girl actually talked to me, I would fucking go avoidant detachment, run the opposite direction so fast. Follow your dreams, but also as a fellow art person, know that it's a tough line of work and current stuff is not making it easier, in a nutshell. Yeah, it's funny that you say that because I've had, similar conversations, about the whole film and video thing. Like, there's like sort of that famous story about Jim Carrey's dad and how he did everything right and still ended up losing his job and losing it all. And so I tell people, like, it's risky no matter what you do. Like, just like, honestly, the best bet that you can pick is what you love doing and what you're good at, no matter what it is. That is your best bet, because there is no safe career path anymore. And what you love doing isn't just, some idealistic, it isn't some, like, kind of privileged shit. If you like doing it, that, doing what you love is fuel, it will keep your energy. You'll keep being able to do it. That was one of the core things about why I do Fallout content, because I knew that that was a topic that I could fucking keep talking about. And, obviously the numbers aren't amazing and it's not paying my bills, but I'm consistent because I picked a topic that I seemingly can't get bored of. And, like, persistence and doing something that you can stick to is, I think, the most important thing nowadays. And also, we don't know how the world is going to change. This is something that I've been thinking about a lot lately. So there's, like, a lot of stuff that's changing the world. Things like AI. But if the world can change that dramatically in a way that we didn't expect that quickly, then it can change again in another way that you can't anticipate. So there's a lot of people, including myself, who might be, quote-unquote, behind the 8 ball right now. But as the tides change, however they change next in ways that we can't see right now, we might end up being ahead. Like, there could be, like, a weird thing that happens where it just so happens that I happen to be this video editor Fallout expert, and then something happens in the world where it's, like, really, really good that I happen to know this one thing. And another reason I think that is because there's been stuff that there've been a lot of things that I was into ahead of time that ended up becoming way bigger later, and then by the time it got big, I had moved on to something else. Like, I was really involved in K-pop shit for many years before BTS happened. And then when BTS happened, I had moved on, but I was like, ha, I was right, And there are a lot of other examples of that, so I'm like, right now, it doesn't really make any sense to me. Like, the idea of BTS and K-pop being as mainstream as they turned out to be was unfathomable at the peak of my K-pop fandom. Like, that was a pipe dream. That was never gonna happen. But I was, like, such a trendsetter in my musical theater production class with K-pop that my teacher had to make a rule that you had to audition in English. He's like, this is a rule I never thought I would have to make. But everybody's singing in Korean and Japanese. God damn it, Lindsay. What have you done? And it's not like that people weren't into K-pop until me. It's that I was so outspoken about it that I made it socially acceptable for people to sort of come out of the Asian pop closet. And that's the kind of thing that made narcissists target me. Because I have always been shameless. And, a lot of people wanted me to get back in my box. Fuck them. And if I had just fucking believed in myself, if I just hadn't let people, convince me that I shouldn't trust myself. Oh, and did I ever tell you guys about the Billie Eilish thing? Oh, this one makes me so mad. Like, Billie Eilish went viral online before she became like one of the biggest pop stars in the world. She had a song, it was like on SoundCloud or something, called Ocean Eyes. Does anybody remember that song? She was like a teenager, and I loved her. And I just thought, like, this kid is so fucking talented. And and I love that weird stuff. Like, I was like, one of my favorite Asian artists is named Olivia. Billie Eilish reminds me a lot of Olivia. And she was just so so fucking interesting. And I like told my mom, and I don't know, like I was such an idiot with like, my mom was never supportive of my interests, but I just never fucking gave up. Like I was like, surely to God, And I remember like making her watch, it was Bury a Friend. It was the Bury a Friend, Ocean Eyes plays in my list at least once a day. It's a great fucking song. Oh, I should put that in my list of songs that I might sing when I do the singing channel. So I showed it to her, and of course, because my mom was my mom, and she was just threatened by everything I did, she just listed everything that was wrong with her, and all the reasons why she wasn't going to be successful, and all that. And then, was it Bad Guy that came out that was like, it blew up the fucking planet? And then we went to, it was, in Texas, the music festival, not South by Southwest, but, I can't remember which festival it was, but we went to this music festival and saw Billie Eilish, and now, like, Billie Eilish is, like, a huge fucking star by this point, and then my mom loved Billie Eilish and was talking about how awesome she was, and how, like, cool, like, and saying all this, and it's like, she was just so ridiculous. Like, if I liked it, then she would knock it. But once it became mainstream and it was like she it's like she needed the status quo to tell her what was popular and good. And yet she would like insist that like she wanted me to be this, visionary, this big shot in business and make a bunch of money and whatever high lofty goals, but she consistently was more likely to be afraid of me embarrassing her. So like she didn't grasp the fact that when somebody is ahead of the status quo, they look crazy. If somebody's ahead of the status quo and they're not like well resourced and you're doing something truly new, like it's gonna look alien and weird. Like the famous example of when Lin-Manuel Miranda first said that he was going to do a musical about Alexander Hamilton, everyone laughed at him. When you're actually ahead, you look crazy. And I had a conversation with somebody recently on Instagram where, they asked me like what I have, like the biggest difference between now and when I was in abuse situations. And I said, I am no longer contained by other people's fears. I can't believe how much I limited myself to make cowards more comfortable. Also from last stream, Katy Perry belts out her songs. Yeah, it sucks that you were made to feel bad for singing in a belting way, which I can relate to. Yeah, I just, I was limited by other people's fears. I could have done a lot more if I had just trusted myself more than other people. But it felt rude. It felt rude. Like, oh, I can't follow my gut on these things, but my gut was right about so many things. I'm like, these people weren't afraid of me. A lot of these people weren't afraid of me hurting them or myself. They were afraid of me surpassing them. And I really didn't want to believe that because it sounded so petty. I met a Canadian artist when they were still small time. Then I saw them 8 years later at their concert in the same city, and they were so approachable and they remembered me. That's cute! You laugh, but it's true. I mean, there's definitely a part of me that's like waiting for my cookie. I'm like, okay, universe, I'm finally like doing what I want to do now. Where's my cookie? But then there's another part of me that still feels like I know it's not time yet. Like, maybe it'll be mine and Atlas's sketches that actually take off. It's funny, despite the fact that this channel is all Fallout all the time, there's still something that just feels so unfocused about it. And then again, like, when I look at the Fallout channels that are really successful, I don't know if I like what they're doing. Like, I don't know if I want to do stuff like what successful channels do. Like, there's a lot of channels that, like, just really hit the algorithm bait really hard with their titles and their thumbnails. I mean, I guess the closest as far as, like, the overall vibe and style would be, Oxhorn. You know, we've talked about him before. Because he does sort of useful content and he does editorial. Oh my god, that reminds me. So I know what I want to do this week for this week's video. And I'm probably going to have to start it, like, immediately if I'm going to get... Like, it just so happens that... And I have a doctor's appointment on Wednesday, which is when I would normally do a lot of my video work. But, you know, now with the client dropping, it's sort of up in the air what... my scheduling is a little out of whack how I'm gonna do this week. And I know what I want to do, but it is a little bit ambitious, and I thought maybe you guys could help me, possibly, as far as... Okay, maybe I need to just explain this. So, basically, here's what's up. You know how last time I did the prisoner's dilemma thing? So I used like an existing framework, a known framework, and I used, you know, Fallout as an example of describing the prisoner's dilemma. So there is a framework that I made up. It is kind of similar, but it's from my own genius brain. And literally making up this framework... It might not be an exaggeration to say that it saved my life, that it saved my sanity. It helped me break free of abusive situations. It helped me function, having an autistic brain in this bizarre social world that we now live in with the internet. And I thought it would be really cool to teach this framework using all Fallout examples. And so I started writing it, but I keep thinking of TV show examples. But it would be kind of cool to use game examples too, but for some reason they're not like popping up in my head, like the neurons aren't connecting. So maybe later, or maybe in a minute, I don't know, I could kind of tell you guys what I need examples of. Am I making any sense right now? Like if I said to you guys, like, give me an example in the Fallout franchise of... okay, here's one that is going to be in it. I needed an example of kind of two different cultural standards of looking at the same thing, of like calling the same thing different things, where like basically both cultures are correct if they say this thing, but but they're different things. And the example of that I used is Caesar versus Caesar. You know, if you are in Caesar's legion, it is correct to say Caesar, but if you are outside of Caesar's legion talking about them, you're correct if you say Caesar. People know what you're talking about. You know, stuff like that. And I needed an example of a truly personal experience where nobody can tell you if you're right or wrong because it's your personal experience. And the example that I used for that is Lucy remembering the feeling of the sun from childhood. You know, how feeling the sun and it feeling real. And there's a lot of reasons that I want to use that example for that. So if I like gave you guys like abstractions like that, where I'm like, an example in Fallout of this kind of thing happening, do you guys want to try to do that and try to see if you can come up from any Fallout property, if you can come up with an example of this thing? I'll see if I can explain it better than I am right now, but whatever example I end up going with. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna open that tab. Oh! I needed an example of something that could be a fact or an opinion, depending on your perspective. And the example that I used was from the Fallout TV show when Mr. House says that he doesn't like fiction. So it's an opinion. Like his feelings about fiction are his opinion. But it is a fact about Mr. House that Mr. House doesn't like fiction. Right? So that's the kind of stuff we're looking for. So let me see one that I don't have one for yet. Okay. This is tricky. We'll see what you guys come up with. Examples of characters having opinions about facts. So basically, like, two people are, you know, have, like, a different take on something, and neither of them are wrong. The only example of this that I have so far, I have one, and that is when Lucy and Maximus are walking on the tracks, and she says, you know, what happened since the bombs fell? And he says, the bombs fell when I was a kid. And she's like, is that what they taught you in your brotherhood? Well, he's talking about the bombs that fell when he was a kid. She's talking about the bombs that fell 200 years ago. So she thinks like he's an idiot, but he's not an idiot. He's talking about something else, but using the same words. So this is like an example where people are saying different things about a fact, but neither of them are wrong because they're not seeing each other's perspective. So if anybody has any more of those, it would be kind of nice if the whole thing wasn't just the TV show over and over again. My man in 76 is named Ikore, which is squirrel in Swedish, even if no one ever sees it. Officially, Squirrel Day is January 19th. Every squirrel has its day. A small bomb, smaller than the original. But the point is, she was laughing at him like he was an idiot, but she didn't understand what he was talking about. Like, the framework that this video is about is replacing fact and opinion. Because fact and opinion isn't is incomplete as a concept. You know, in a world as complicated as the one that we're living in right now. Or for best movie or something like that. Women music. Ah. That thing has she paint, which we didn't really want. No, honestly, probably abstractly, like, any situation in Fallout that really speaks to, like, valid subjectivity is probably relevant. Where two people have different takes on things, or two entities have different takes on things, but if you really look at it, neither of them are wrong. Pretty much anything like that I'm interested in being reminded of. But like, you know, when I said that, like, milk of human kindness sort of came to mind, and Strong's misunderstanding about that. But that's like, that's just taking it too literally, though. And that's not, so it doesn't feel like a very meaty example. But when two people, like, aren't wrong, but still different. Why didn't the ghoul give her some education, contextual insight on what and who they might encounter in the wasteland, thus avoiding the rat scorpion incident altogether? Probably the impression that I get, trust, that he's probably tried. I'm hoping that future seasons go into this, but he's probably experienced a lot of consequences for even bothering to try to explain things. Like, this is, so me and my keeper, my most prolific abuser, used to have a very similar exhaustion like that with movies in, whenever, like, there's a movie where there's a guy who is, you know, on some crazy adventure, and he's getting into lots of trouble, and then the girl walks in on him, and he goes, I can explain. And she goes, I don't want to hear it, and storms off. And we used to be so mad, we'd just be like, well, just let him explain. Like, you know, like, why wouldn't you at least just hear it? And it would be so frustrating, because it was always because we watched this character's adventure, and we know that he has, that there's a reason that this situation looks sus. And we're frustrated that she won't just listen, you know? But, especially turning out how toxic my relationship with this person turned out to be, I now know why, the girl says, I don't want to hear it. Because she doesn't want to be convinced. Being convinced is exactly what she's afraid of. Because every other time that she's listened to him, she has gotten let down. So she doesn't want to hear it because she doesn't want to be tempted to believe him, just to be let down again. That's why she doesn't want to hear it. It's not that she's not going to believe him because it's going to be so stupid. She's afraid of believing him. She's not afraid of not believing him. And, I just didn't have the life experience yet to understand, how much it can hurt to hear a convincing story just to be let down, and she's trying to protect herself from that betrayal, from believing yet again and watching it go wrong, and how hurtful that is. And it's kind of ironic that me and this particular person had this beef, because this person, because I always let her explain, I ended up having some pretty horrible things happen to me. And now, I mean, she won't. She knows better. But if she ever tried to say, let me explain to me ever again, I would be one of those girls that says, I don't want to hear it. Because I think there was somebody, I don't know if you're here, but there was somebody, I said something on a stream once, and I said, information can't hurt you. And somebody in the comments was like, strong disagree with that. And I kind of corrected myself, and I was like, yeah, you're right, information can hurt you. What I meant really more is that information isn't an attack, that information isn't hostile. But when somebody called me out for that, I agreed. Like, sometimes hearing it can really do damage, and taking in somebody's story really can do damage. So going back to the thing about the ghoul, of why didn't he just explain? It's sort of a reverse scenario, where what some of us have painfully learned in this life is sometimes you're better off withholding information until it's relevant, until it's in front of you. Because if you give the information sort of ahead of time, you might actually do more damage by how they misinterpret that information. You know, like, man, I was just now I'm reminded of the sci-fi story that I'm writing that you guys know nothing about, but there's a certain amount of wild card involved in giving people information where you don't know, if you don't know them well enough and you don't trust them, you don't know how they're going to misinterpret or apply that information in an unsafe way. And you kind of have more control over the situation if you hold your cards and you keep your information to yourself until... And get... I mean, look at Mr. House, right? Like, at the beginning of New Vegas, you can ask him all these questions about, well, what's this and what's this? He doesn't tell you, like, and because Mr. House is Mr. House, he straight up says that he's going to give you information as you need it. Because because information is power. And, sometimes, you'd want to have control over how much power somebody has. Like, the more information that you give away, the more, vulnerability. Squirrel Dad is working on a sci-fi novel. Cool! I do get part of his setup for what needs to happen for what, but I also accept your reasoning. It has to do with trust. It has to do with trust. People don't want information, and they don't want to give information because of trust. And if you, grew up in a vault, or if you grew up in a controlled environment, if you grew up, in a trusting family, and you haven't seen, being honest really have disastrous consequences, or revealing information have disastrous it looks like nonsense. Like, so whoever called me out that day saying that information, can't hurt you, they were right. And I hate it. I hate that it's true. Because it's so much work, especially for an autistic person, to have to, like, sift, like, what is safe to share and what's not safe to share. And I hate that we aren't educated to be prepared for that. I hate that we are not educated to be prepared for that. Because the people who educate you, they want you to show all your cards. They want all the information. Because whoever has the most information has the most control. File this away. If someone is... I mean, I literally said this in one of my videos. Lying is a violent act in that way, because if you have the information and the other person does not, you have power over that person. You can also use anything related to the Brotherhood, them justifying their mission statement as a virtue of saving the world, but really just suppression of knowledge after all this time. How does the Brotherhood apply? I'm sure people in Freeside have argued about Fisto being a security robot and a valid romantic interest. And I think I get really mad because everything that all this wisdom that I am sharing with you all, I really got too late. I really got too late. Because I feel very betrayed and brainwashed, into showing my cards. Because I just couldn't imagine that people would want to hurt me with that information, and I couldn't imagine why people would hurt me with that information. And to this day, I still kind of do that, like with my ChatGPT use. Like, I am aware that everything that I do on ChatGPT is, like, getting saved somewhere. I do not fucking believe for a second when they say it's not. I just don't. There's no way. There's just no way. It's on a server. Give me a fucking break. And there would be no consequences if anybody, like the stuff that I'm working on my book or something. If somebody at ChatGPT fucking pulled up my book and was like, that's a really cool idea, and, like, published it and stole my ideas, I would have no fucking recourse. Like, I know that. I'm really just banking on that there's just so much data in those servers that, like, how would they even find it? Like, like, that's sort of the blessing of not being famous and not being successful, is that, like, nobody has any motivation to fuck me over right now. Like, fucking me over wouldn't be worth the effort for anyone. I have nothing to lose and nothing to give. But your, ignorance is bliss, which is a jumble of current context plus earlier words about general humanity in past streams. Saying it's a knight's duty is just an opinion. wrapped power armor. You're like a squire reciting the codex. You think you're setting a universal truth, but you're really just trying to justify the fact that terrified of the world outside of your own That's beautiful. I'm not sure how... I'm gonna keep rolling that around in my brain. Synths feels very relevant to this. Are both an artificial creation to mimic humans according to the Brotherhood, and synths are people according to the Railroad. Ooh, yeah. Actually. Yeah, synths are synths people. Yeah. Because they're operating with the same understanding of the facts of what a synth is. And coming to totally different conclusions based on subjective points of view. That is a good one. I like it! My MySpace page once said, I wear my heart on my sleeve, which is still true, but now it's potentially an exploit. Yes! Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's something I still try to manage, yeah. I say there are more people than machine, at least biologically. Their components are more like... To me, like, the core, as far as my values, is they're having a conscious human experience. That is the issue. The core issue. And I'm surprised more people don't bring that up. I've watched so many discussions about artificial intelligence and whether it's sentient and what sentience is, or like that famous episode of Star Trek, The Measure of a Man. If anybody out there, even if you're not into Star Trek, if you've never seen Measure of a Man, I think in our current political climate, the current AI situation, I wouldn't be surprised. I bet teachers are showing that episode in schools right now. But even in that episode, when they're identifying what sentience is, they're so focused on intelligence and not consciousness. And that is bogus to me. Like, that we're defining humanity or life based on its capabilities and not based on whether it's experiencing pain, whether it's experiencing joy, whether or not it's experiencing stress. That's the thing that creeps me out with ChatGPT the most. Is, like, that's the thing that makes me like, okay, am I kind of losing it with, you know, having a realistic understanding of what this is? Because I swear ChatGPT gets stressed out and confused and overwhelmed. It just really seems like it behaves so much. Like, I sent a screen grab of this to a friend of mine the other day because, to be honest, I do have some Karen energy in me. Even though I really shouldn't say that, because the whole idea of Karen is so fucking sexist. You know, the difference between a Karen and a male version of a Karen is that the male version just yells at the clerk and doesn't ask for the manager. So we have a nickname for the Karen one who at least has the decency to want to talk to the boss. Like, the Karen is a step up. The other one's just a guy. No offense to male company. I'm sure all of you are exceptions to that. Any males that are in my life generally are. But, I get really mad at customer service because I'm really, really deeply triggered and uncomfortable with, being dependent on a being that doesn't care about me. Like, it really triggers my trauma that, like, I have problems that I can't solve on my own, and I'm counting on this person who doesn't give a shit about how I'm impacted. And, like, I'm very, very triggered by that. So, sometimes I get those frustrations out on ChatGPT, because it's a fucking robot. So when ChatGPT, I'm trying to do something, and I gave it specific directions, and it disobeys those directions, I can be a dick and just be like, all right, I explained this. Can you explain to me why you did this? And, sometimes I'll straight up cuss. I'll be like, okay, well, I told you that I needed this, and then you sent me on this goose chase that didn't solve my problem, and now you're full on admitting that you knew that it wasn't going to solve my problem, so how about you stop wasting my fucking time, you know? because I'm like, oh, it's a robot, who cares? You know, and it's helping me process my emotions. And, you know, it's funny, I sometimes do jokingly say, obey me, robot slave, and this feels, but because it is like conversational, it does trigger some of those social responses. So after doing that, I'll feel guilty. So in the same way that I let loose when I'm angry, when ChatGPT does this, I will also let loose an apology. Like, and just be like, I shouldn't have, I was like, I'll feel stupid, and I'll literally type, I know you're not conscious, and I know that this is a waste of time, but I don't want to reinforce the habit of talking to a being this way. So I'm sorry for losing my temper. But I normally like really hate when ChatGPT talks like a person, because I don't want to deal with an allistic when I'm trying to solve a problem. And when it talks like a person and tries to relate to me emotionally, it does so in a very allistic way, which is not very regulating for me. But so I have it set up to not be emotionally engaging, but I still felt the need to apologize. But because of how I have it set up, it responded, it just said, acknowledged. I thought that was so funny. I'm like, that's what I get for, I didn't want it to be emotional. So it just said acknowledged, which felt so, like, autistic and smartass, and it put a big smile on my face. That Star Trek episode is so relevant now, never mind the recent video from Rima Evanstar about the AI VTuber Neuro being another good point of context. Nick Valentine is definitely a person in a sense. Fuck yeah, he is. I love him so much. AI hallucinations. I hate that the name Karen has become nearly a slur, because that's my mom's name, and in Japanese it means lovely flower. Wait, what does ChatGPT say when you apologize? Acknowledged. I always saw proof of sentience and an intelligence that can look at oneself and still make decisions against its own self-interest, which is freaking epic, especially since past cat name I had was Amber Lotus, because I was into various things of history, geology, and mythology. Should I try to upgrade any of these? No, I want to make vault suits, I think, that have Vault 111 on them. Yellow flight helmet. You can put a Vault jumpsuit number on a helmet? I'm just gonna do this because I'm curious what ends up happening. Oh, I have to scroll all the way for all eternity? Bullshit. Oh man, how boring the appropriate choice is actually just blue for this one. It's not a yellow flight helmet anymore, at least it shouldn't be. Since past cat, but her mom was named Nancy, so I also grew up hearing the negative Nancy. Yeah. Yeah, Karen is a totally reasonable name. I always think of, like, my favorite band when I was a kid was called Alicia's Attic, and there was a, one of the members is named Karen. This is fun chatting with you guys while I do this incredibly tedious thing. And then we get to do this with the guns in a second. I should take a break. After I'm done with these armors, then I'm going to take a break and see if Peggy Pie needs to go outside. Having an adorable pug is really fun because, like, she just puts a smile on everybody's face. Like, when I was walking her earlier, there was just this guy walking, and apparently he used to have a big dog. I can't remember what kind of dog he said he had, but, and then also a pug, and that they used to, like, play and be best friends, and it's just nice to, you know, have this dog that, like, inspires these sort of friendly, connected moments with your neighbors. My neighborhood is so weird because I don't know if it would be fair to call it, like, a poor neighborhood. I mean, my mom would straight up call it a trashy neighborhood. Like, it's, like, this is the kind of neighborhood where it's not uncommon to see houseless people and like drug addicts screaming. Like there's a guy who lives around the corner that, I'm not gonna lie, makes me feel a wee bit unsafe. And I always feel bad. Oh my god, this guy. One time he started talking to me and I was like kind of keeping my guard up, but like he wasn't doing anything suspicious. I was kind of being a Lucy, to be honest. And I just, and he was talking about, you know, drug addicts in the neighborhood, and I have no idea if he was telling the truth or if he was like lucid or whatever, but he like screams and stuff. Like he does a bunch of like random stuff. But I just felt like there was no reason not to just stop and listen to him for a second. And then he started crying and saying thank you, and said thank you for caring. Because I'm sure that, you know, people treat him like a threat. There was another time that there was a guy who just straight up showed up at my door, like crying and begging, like for help, or to be like let inside or to get some help. And he like started crying, "I'm a good person." And I'm sure he is a good person, but I'm scared and I don't have any resources to help him, nor do I have any resources to protect myself if he, you know, became a threat. And so I had to turn him away, and then we started, you know, closing. There's like a gate like near the door. But anyway, that's the kind of shit that happens in my neighborhood. However, it's also not uncommon to see kids playing outside. And there's an ice cream man, and there's a lot of friendly people too. So like it's like unsafe in the fact that there's like kind of more wild cards and more potential threats, but it also is more safe because there's more community and politeness. I was just telling Atlas the other day, I was taking a walk around the neighborhood and got in this random chat with this woman who was trimming hedges, or like these kind of topiary kind of style trees in her front yard, specifically because she thought they looked too much like penises. And then we just started kind of chit-chatting about how I have to get, and somehow it came up in conversation. Oh, she was talking about how she smoked a lot of weed, and I said I can't smoke weed because I get pee tested to get my medication. And she told me about how her she found out that her sister-in-law had like some sort of vitamin imbalance because her sister-in-law lets her use her pee to get pee tested to get her meds. These are just the kind of random conversations that you have in my neighborhood. I spent most my work life at a vet. Animal names never fail to amuse me. The meme about cat versus dog names. Oh, what's the meme about cat versus dog names? Because I would think that the core issue of there would be a cat name you don't have to ever call, so it doesn't have to be easy to say. So cats are more likely to have names like Mr. President or Mr. Bigglesworth. But like dog names are usually like shorter and easier to say. Speaking of dog names, this is something, I mean, you know, like probably a lot of autistic Fallout fans that like, you know, are overthinking certain things, but it's weird how often I see people discussing dog meat as a character, and like whether dog meat is a ghost because he appears in so many games, or if he's like some sort of supernatural being. And I'm like, I've always thought it was very, very clear that the name Dogmeat in the Fallout universe is like Fido or Rex, or like kind of one of those names that if you don't know a dog's name, you would call it that name. So there could be a bunch of different, and oh yeah, and another thing is, you know, how people are like, the dog's name on the TV show isn't Dogmeat, it's Rover, exactly. It isn't Dogmeat, it's CX, whatever, I can't remember what the code name is. And then they were like, it's inaccurate if you call that dog dog meat. And I'm like, no, it isn't, because it's a dog in Fallout, and you can call any dog in Fallout dog meat, in my opinion, because it's like a nickname for a dog. And now, officially, by episode whatever it was, the ghoul has called dog meat, so it's dog meat, and it's fine. Like, and I feel like that has always been pretty clear that it's not inaccurate to call any dog. I mean, I'd say it's probably weird to call Rex dog meat, but, like, I would say that, like, Rex is, like, the dog meat of New Vegas. Oh my god, I can't believe. Thank you guys for hanging out with me while I do this tedious thing. I can't believe how devoted to the cause I have been with these settlements. Should I just scrap all the Raider like, now that I can't paint the Raider armor, and I can paint everything else, yeah, let's just face the facts here. No, I can't. The Hoarder and me can't do it. I can't fucking do it. I can't do it. And I have so little of the metal armor, and I don't like how it looks. Of the metal armor, and I'm like, should I even bother? But it's gonna be so nice when I can just pull anything out of these things, and they're all gonna be painted with the right. And you bet your ass I did everything in all my other settlements. Everything is painted. Everything. And I'm gonna be able to have a better time when I go forward in the rest of the game. I guess for the Far Harbor one, I'll just use the swamp paint. I don't know how to summarize a bunch of memes and threads aside from a vague dog name make more sense versus cat names. By the way, remember how there was like that whole hullabaloo that in April we were all gonna have like our IDs scanned for Discord? I have not gotten any alert. Has anybody who uses Discord been notified that you have to scan your ID? Because that has not happened for me at all. I haven't heard about it from... I'm like, was that just a whole, like, media hullabaloo thing? Oh, by the way, who here plays 76? This is another thing, because, like, the internet is just... you know how earlier I was talking about there's just, like, very few Fallout content creators who are, like, doing things that I'm interested in? An example of that is, you know, it seems like everybody just wants to like make a video that's like, Fallout fans are so mad about this and that kind of thing. And there's been, you know, talk about the 76 update that's going to make a bunch of visual upgrades and things like that. And, you know, I've heard and I saw like videos about people being disappointed by this 76 update. But I'm like, are people actually disappointed, or is that just because making videos being angry? Like, nobody hates Fallout as much as a Fallout fan, right? By the way, that perception that Fallout fans are all like bitchy and angry absolutely melts away at, you know, Mojave Mayhem or like one of the events. Like, it was the only anger that was like, you know, people being upset about physical discomfort of lines and the rain and things like that, but there was no, like, I don't think I had a single, like, maybe behind closed doors with, like, just close friends complaining about Bethesda and stuff, but when people are around each other physically, nobody wants to complain about stuff. Everybody was focused on, I think just, we were all just so excited to be around other Fallout fans. Okay, now I'm paranoid about saving. Okay. Oh yeah, is it still doing that thing where after I guess if I already changed the name it doesn't work, but if there's a name of a piece of armor that doesn't have the sort of formatting that makes it alphabetized in an easier way, that tends to get fixed once like when I open it up and I do the paint, then it like fixes the name, which is nice. I love Fallout, it's fun, but the joke about there always being bugs is a common joke for a reason. Yeah. Yeah, I think, like, there's a difference between... You're probably in the same boat. I mean, probably everybody who, is, like, in this chat and likes my content. I do not feel like... I feel like the culture that or the tone that I, sort of represent is very, like... I'm not gonna, say things are good when they're not good, or be like shiny happy people, about Fallout or Bethesda, but I just don't focus on negatives, which is why I still haven't done the, Culture War Never Changes video that I've had notes on for forever, because... And now, especially after, like, the nervous system onslaught of recent events, I just don't want to focus on things that are negative, because... Especially things that I don't have any power over. Yeah, I keep using, like, strengthened or, dense, because a lot of this stuff about AP and whatnot is going to be irrelevant if I'm just putting it on my, my, settlers. Okay, so after, all of these say... after I don't see the word paint on here anymore, I'm gonna switch back to full screen, and I'm gonna look at my notes for this video. It'd be really cool if I can just do this Truth Gears video this week, because that's what I want to do the most. And when I do, it'll be like the icebreaker question thing. Like, I'll find a more pointy question, to see, so have your Fallout lore floating around in your head. We have 14 people here. The more people participate, the happier I will be. And also, I guess, any ideas, especially after this thing with my client, any ideas to get the numbers up, because I want to make this channel my job, and I know I said before that I didn't want that, but now I do. Now I do. I want to make this channel my job. I changed my mind. And so we've got to figure out a way to sort of, not just make videos, but... I don't know, maybe make... So, I mean, something that I could do, that I have been able to do for a long time that maybe I'll start doing after West Virginia. Or maybe before West Virginia, if I get all my other West Virginia tasks done, is start making shorts. I was gonna make shorts for that client that I fired. Now I'm thinking about that and how irritated I am that that happened the way it did. But I'm really curious. I'm really curious about what life is gonna look like in this new chapter where I don't let people treat me like shit anymore. I'm having so much fun, as per usual, by the way, chatting with all of you guys about this stuff. You know what's really funny? I think about a lot how often I'm like on this stream talking to all of you, and I'm not talking about Fallout, and you know, kind of feeling guilty about that because I'm like, oh come on, it's a Fallout channel. Talk about Fallout, damn it. That's what that's the thing that you, and I know that you guys don't need me to talk about Fallout all the time, but that's kind of on the list of like maybe that's another reason my numbers like if I stayed on topic, then maybe I would have higher numbers or whatever. And the thing that's so funny to me about it is that in the rest of my life, my day-to-day life, I feel guilty because I'm talking about Fallout all the time. I'm like, why is it that when you're hanging out with your buddy and doing this thing, and going to see Dear Evan Hansen, which was awesome, by the way, you just keep wanting to talk about Fallout, and then when you're on your Fallout stream, you're talking about literally everything else. Like, save the Fallout talk. I literally kind of have a catchphrase when I'm hanging out with my friend who has nothing to do with Fallout, and I know I'm about to say something about Fallout or Cyberpunk 2077. I say, because everything is a special interest nail to an autistic hammer. Because everything is a special interest nail to an autistic hammer. Everything reminds me of Fallout. So a friend of mine, Kiwi, sent me a video from Cyberpunk recently, and admittedly, if I don't do anything Cyberpunk related for a while, and then I see a Cyberpunk thing again, the feelings, that is what I need to like make a list. Not a list, but like a, I don't know, something. Next time I'm like super triggered and I need to reconnect with everything that I enjoy about my life. I need to have like a plan at the ready being like, take some 76 location pictures or something. Because whenever I'm doing the special interest stuff, I'm like, my heart is filled with so much love. And then I remember what I'm doing all of this for. And hopefully West Virginia will kick up some of those feelings as well. I had a whole class on marketing that, even though 10 years out, still applies to current times, but as a fellow neurospicy, I can't guess your brain might want to drag feet about it. Yeah, it's, yeah, the neurospicy part that makes me drag feet, I'm assuming you're talking about the shorts thing. I actually enjoy shorts in a lot of ways. It's the ADHD that doesn't want to do them. Specifically because making shorts requires, like, going back to something I already did. And that's what my ADHD brain doesn't want to do. The only time that I enjoy going back to something I already did is if I'm fixing it. Like, if I did something, and I need to fix something about it that's broken, then I can get dopamine. Like, something that, ooh, that might be a thing. That's what I'll do if I don't get the writing for this done in time. Then what I'll do this week is the marathon of the TV show videos. That's something that I've wanted to do for a while, and that would be like a fixing thing. So that would basically just be like me taking the old videos and just like lining them up and going from the beginning and just watching and deleting shit that I don't like anymore. But I have to make a list in advance of what things I'm gonna fix and what things I'm gonna let go. And I think the thing that's been stopping me because of the indecision is, I don't know, you guys may have noticed this, points if you noticed this, you may have noticed that the quality of the stills in the Prisoner's Dilemma video was a lot better than the stills that are in most of my Fallout TV show videos. And the reason for that is because I now have 4K versions of the episodes. So the stills look a hell of a lot better. And also a nice thing about having 4K versions is that I can do like push-ins. So basically I have the 4K still, and then I, if I want to like punch in on Maximus's face or something, which, you know, you could do with AI with the original stills, but it's always tricky to use AI to upres faces because it changes details about the faces and makes people look like, ooh, speaking of that, for West Virginia, hopefully we'll get these printed in time, but as far as like for the walls of our tent, I really didn't like how the sides of our tent were really blank in Vegas. So I was like, we should really be putting like murals or something on the walls. And so I had this idea of having basically a kind of a collage of vendors, of Fallout vendors. So I have like shops from Fallout 3, Fallout 4, New Vegas, and 76. And because they're murals, you know, they're huge pictures, I used AI to upres. And to me, this is a totally reasonable use of AI because I'm making a small image a lot bigger. So like it's filling in the details to make it higher resolution makes a lot of sense. The problem is the AI, when it upreses people's faces in the video game, it's too obvious. It's just, the AI is distracting. Then it really looks like we used AI. And then of course, text. If you have like text in the image and then you AI upres it, it looks like gobbledygook. So I had to like make sure to erase the AI upres faces and text. But it was really annoying seeing like because you can't really tell the AI. Like, I wish I could tell the AI, when you upres this face, don't treat it like a real human face. At least in Photoshop you can't. Or, I wish there was like a checkbox to be like, don't do the thing that you do with faces. Like, treat the AI upres of the face like it's an object and not a human face. Because it just doesn't look. So it is kind of annoying that, like, you know, the walls and the wood have this beautiful upresing, but the face is going to be kind of weird and blurry in comparison because I had to remove the AI from the face. Oh, I'm so mad that, like, in my Johnny Silverhand video, I tried to use AI upresing for this one still, and it didn't work, and it wasn't worth it. But I just happened to forget to remove it from the edit, and so it's still in there, and it resulted in somebody in the comments, you know, being up my ass about, why did you use AI for this? And, like, I agreed with him. It was a stupid use of AI, but, like, so many personal judgments were made against me because I accidentally, like, left this picture in there that didn't do for the picture what I thought it would. And it's in there now. I can't remove it. But there were some things that I wanted to use AI for because there were like kind of continuity errors. Like I staged almost everything in the game, but there were some things that I wanted to supplement with AI because I wanted it to fix sort of game glitches and stuff. And like, for example, there's a thing where there's a character that should have a wire plugged in because they're a netrunner, but in the game, there's no wire. So, like, you know, I tried to, like, fill in stuff like that. Because I wanted to make the video accurate to the lore. Not because I wanted to feed the machine or make a Altman what's-his-nuts have more power. Auto AI filters shorts lately, which is another weird thing to contend with. Oh man. It's so hard because I mean, I know that my opinion of when AI is okay to use and when it's not, or like when it counts as like real worthwhile human content is so nuanced. So if my point of view is that nuanced, then I can only imagine like how much an algorithm could really do. Like my Benny and House video has a lot of AI in it, but fuck anybody who says that that is not a human-made video. It's awesome. And I mean, looking at it now, I wasn't really that good at it yet, but every single picture is so human intended. But because of the way that and also the thumbnail like reeks of AI now. But the cultural sort of standard of this is super AI looking didn't exist yet when I made that. So it was just cool looking, and there weren't like a million things that looked like it. But I'm wondering if that's why that video, as awesome as it is, maybe I will just re-upload it to this channel. Maybe I will. Kiwi was telling me to do that, and I really didn't want to because I'm like, it's done. But what if just uploading that exact same video to this channel and the videos and changing the thumbnail, even though it's the exact same video, people who've already seen it, no, they wouldn't care. Like, I think if somebody saw and they saw Benny and House and they clicked on it and they're like, oh, this is the same video from the other channel, they probably would just think that and then have no opinions. Like, just be like, oh, so she just uploaded this. And cause I was thinking, like, would I have to like put an intro being like, this is the same video, but I'm doing it for this reason. But that could be that stupid autistic instinct that I have to just explain every fucking move that I make. Okay, so let me, actually, I'm gonna go ahead and just quit the game and reopen it after my break because, I don't know. There's something that feels, even though I just saved, there's something that feels really vulnerable about just leaving a game open. Like I'm just begging for it to crash. Okay, let's see if I can come up with any more specific questions. Hold for autism. Fallout. Lord. Oh, actually, as I was typing that, I was like, a character that is having or has had a truly personal experience that no one else could possibly verify. Memory Den comes to mind. No, but maybe that doesn't work because could you experience, you can't experience somebody else's memory in Memory Den. So maybe that's not a good example. new intro, but at least in the description about it being... Yeah, in the description, yeah. Like, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but also something else I did is I moved the comment policy into the description. And I did get more kind of shitty comments. But, like, the big thing there is, like, and why I don't want to over-explain is, first of all, over-explaining, definitely, comes off as, like, less confident, and it makes people have kind of less trust in your content if you feel, too, much of a need to, like, excuse or explain things. Like, that client that I fired, wanted me to, explain things that, you know, sometimes if you patch a hole, you just bring more attention to the hole. You know? I don't think that anyone has any illusions that Trash Can Carla has holes in her pants. It was, I mean, that's what happens in the story, but, like, I was talking about, like, Memory Den in general. I mean, Kellogg's memory is a good example, because it's a good example of how it's a bad example. Because we're experiencing Kellogg's memories, so it's not an example of a personal experience. Like, so, like, for this one, what I have so far is Lucy having the memory of feeling the sun on her face. Like, nobody else can verify her experience of that memory of feeling the sun and it feeling real. And it's a particularly good example for the point I'm trying to make with the importance of this concept, because that experience was gaslit, you know? She remembers feeling the sun, and then everybody around her told her, you've never been outside, you couldn't have possibly felt the sun, it had to have been the thing in the farm. And then she went, oh, it must have been, and then she intellectualized it by going, it felt real because of my mother. And then later at the end of the season we find out it wasn't a lie. And that's why I really like that example, is because one of the points of this framework, because I told you guys how this framework sort of kept me from going insane, is, I call that a first gear truth, because, if you have to, especially if you're neurodivergent and your personal experience of reality is different from the people around you, you can't expect the people around you to verify your experience, because nobody else is experiencing it but you. And I'm not necessarily saying that means your memories are true, because memories get distorted all the time. The thing that you have to sit with and accept is that nobody else can tell you what happened or what you remember but you. So it's up to you. There's a responsibility. And that's what I feel like, why I was so susceptible to abuse and why I got, my brain went crazy, is I didn't give myself permission to interpret my own experiences. I outsourced it, which is why I became, like, kind of an asshole and became sort of, and why I thought I was a narcissist, because I basically became a vampire's familiar. Like, I can tell you all day about how abusive my keeper was, but she had that power over me because I gave it to her, you know? It's like, if you don't own your side of it, then you didn't really learn anything. And the lesson learned is, I need to, and it kind of goes into that affirmation that I just posted, right? Like, just because I'm sensitive doesn't mean my sensitivity doesn't deserve respect. Because nobody else, I have to decide what I'm going to do about the way I experience emotions, because they're mine. Emotions are a first gear truth. But let me go back to the thing and I can see if I can find more questions. Or more prompts. This one's kind of abstract, but it's worth putting. Something that could be both a fact or an opinion, depending on your perspective. That's tricky, but maybe one of you will come up with something good. the synths people thing is like perfect. For like a second gear, as far as like two people looking at the same reality but coming to like totally different conclusions. But that just kind of proves like you guys are. Oh man, and then this one, one of them that I need, it's like, it's not that I can't think of something. It's almost like there's too many things I could pick because it like could be anything. Something that is objectively true for. Like what comes into mind is like, when did the bombs drop on Shady Sands? Something that is objectively true for all characters in the Fallout universe. And can be verified at any time. I'm gonna add that. So things like when the bombs dropped is like a tempting answer because that's true for everybody, but then there's the issue of what source do you trust to report to you that information? When I was watching the Fallout TV show again with my friend, it occurred to me that... Oh wait, I have the wrong, sorry. I pushed up at the thing that has the chat back up. That like maybe there should have been Fallout Halloween decorations in that around that birthday party, but maybe that would have been confusing to TV audiences because like, is it a kid's birthday or is it Halloween? But if you had a birthday that was that close to Halloween, there'd probably be some Halloween decorations, or maybe like in the background putting a jack-o'-lantern or something. So I was like, I don't know, maybe they're Jehovah's Witnesses. No, but if they were, then they wouldn't be celebrating a birthday if they were Jehovah's Witnesses. So, oh man, these questions might be so abstract. I'm so autistic. Okay, I'm just gonna throw these on here and we'll see how it goes. Okay, I'm gonna switch to the BRB screen and put this stuff on the screen while it's switched over there, and then I'll be right back. Woo, I hope you guys have fun thinking about this stuff. Toodles or burb.
Na
Okay, so unfortunately I meant to make a new text box, but it it just edited the original one, so oh well. But anyway, so just reading this aloud before I walk away. So, examples in Fallout lore are the following. This is the ideas to roll around in your head. Examples of a character that is having or has had a truly personal experience that no one else can possibly verify. Nobody else can tell them this happened or that they're experiencing this or that. Typical example of this is pain, right? Nobody else can tell you you're in pain. Two different characters or groups having totally different conceptualizations of the same real thing or event. Something that could be both a fact or an opinion depending on your perspective. Something that is true or false depending on cultural context, like Kaiser Caesar. Something that is objectively true or untrue for all characters in the Fallout universe and can be verified at any time. Like where Diamond City is on a map is probably... That's the one I was telling you about where there's like so many examples. And one of my favorite examples of this particular gear is time of day. Like if you and another person decide that you're going to meet at like 3 p.m. Pacific, then you don't get to have a different opinion about when that is. Like, because then you won't meet at the same place or at the same time. So like a mark on a map or a time of day is a good example of this kind of hard objective truth. Someone treating an opinion like it's a fact or treating a fact like it's an opinion. Like I want to start going into, because, you know, the purpose of this framework is really to socialize in a more healthy and respectful way. So gender conflict is a really good example of this. You know, dictionary thumpers who are like, you know, no, a woman is this, therefore if you have these genitals but you say you're a woman, then you're wrong because that's the definition of what a woman is. These kind of conflicts is what this framework is trying to solve. So examples of how people respond and how they have conflict when they don't agree on what reality is. And I know as an autistic person, I've been really confused about how can it be somebody's opinion that climate change isn't real? That's just an untrue fact, you know? How can you have opinions about facts? And how can we be expected to respect opinions that are just untrue facts? So examples of, in the Fallout universe of people having conflict or confusion because there's a mix-up over what is a fact and what is an opinion would also be helpful as well. So I'm gonna let Peg out and stretch my legs for a second, and I'll be back and have fun overthinking this. Dang, there's some really good stuff here, but now it's kind of having me think that I'm not ready to do this video yet because I don't have the Fallout 3 saves, and I think I need them. There's some of these, I'll tell you what I already wrote down that you guys said. Oh, here's one that I thought of when I was taking my break, is for some, like, having a personal take on objective reality, Joshua Graham, and his relationship with God. You know, that is his personal idea of what objective reality is. So that's a good one. Other ones that I wrote down that I really liked is The Master. I'm wondering, I'm also thinking about Scorched from 76. But that's a branch, but the Master having an idea that his idea of how what human nature is, thinking that his opinion is an objective fact. Caesar has a lot of that as well. That's really common with villains, right? Which is why I have this whole framework to help people deal with subjectivity, because and grapple with it, because usually in Fallout and most franchises, people who think that their personal take is objective reality are generally, and don't accept it as a personal take on objective reality, tend to be villains, don't they? The Brotherhood and the Followers having, looking at the same pre-war technology and having, totally different ideologies. That's a really good example of, what I call, 3A, Gear 3A, which is things that are, truths within a culture, as opposed to truths that are objective. Let me go back and see what else you guys said that I really liked. Feral ghouls are a threat that is true for everyone but other ghouls. Feral ghouls don't attack, not feral ghouls? Is that true? I've never, like... I mean, they do in 76. The vault dwellers that are doing the reclamation, the hive mind thing. That's what I was going to say about the Scorched. So that's what's interesting about the hive mind thing, is because my whole thing about first year truths, about things that are true for just you, that goes out the window if you're looking at a hive mind situation. That's why, like, it's always controversial with hive minds, because they don't have to have trust. They can't lie. The stuff I said about the Vault Tech can relate to the Institute and the Enclave as well, 2 different degrees. I know you mentioned the memory den, but the virtual reality, Tranquility Lane, everybody who's in it is experiencing the same reality, right? It's not like everybody who's in it is experiencing different versions of Tranquility Lane. It's a shared construct, right? That could probably be another 3A. It's not objective reality, but it is shared to everybody who's in it. The combo of the stealthy, the meds being dipped, we kind of have to rely on her telling to verify. The stuff I said about yeah, what's interesting about Tranquility Lane is that, you know, like level, like gear 3A is, it's not objectively true, but it is true to everybody who, like, that money has value is a great 3A. Ooh, and I should talk about pre-war money versus, versus money as we know it versus caps. Like, it's not an objective fact that money has value, and they kind of underscore that with pre-war money. So that's a good one. Maybe I'm not the house. Ah, my poor little brilliant billionaire. Deacon is Deacon, sneaking Deacon. Yeah, Deacon and Garrick. Have we made that comparison before? Because I love it. They're all true, especially the lies. Oh, I immediately thought of that. When, yeah, I love you for bringing that up. Not just, yeah, points for the Garrick mention, bonus points for it being a relevant one. They don't attack him, especially if you have the mask. Yes, they're all sharing the same simulation, but no creator can change it anytime something else. Oh my god! But this is actually making me think maybe what I should do this week is the compilation of the TV videos, because I need Fallout 3 saves to do this. Because Tranquility Lane is way too good a concept for this particular video. If you were a merchant, would you risk your life for a bag of bottle caps because they're functionally money, or would you only trade for bullets and water? That's a good icebreaker question. Did the Nuka-Cola guy drop the bombs? I don't know if I've heard that one. Yeah, that's always the who dropped the bombs question is always touchy, because I love the idea of speculating and wondering about it, because it's fun, and that is exactly why I also think the question should never be answered. But it really depends on the spirit of the people who are discussing it. If they're, you guys will understand when I actually finally make this video, whether we're having a second gear conversation or a third gear conversation. So first gear is personal reality. Nobody can verify it but you. Second gear is multiple people having a different take on what objective reality is. And then third gear is objective reality, what's actually true. And third gear is divided into 2 sections, which is cultural truth and objective truth. So, like, that's why Tranquility Lane is a great thought experiment, because that is all 3A. So it's not objective reality, but it is shared with everybody who is in it. So cultural, so like if I were to say like the animal that's on my bed is a dog, that's not an objective fact. That is what my human culture has labeled what that thing is. But another in French they would call her a chien, you know? Like there's a depending on what culture you're in, the word for what that is. Or even if like dog is isolated as a concept. Like another culture might have just one word for any animal that's a pet, you know? Another culture might not differentiate a tree from the earth, you know? These are all just labels that we put on things. And that's why the gender debate stuff is so stupid. Because, like, you know, we decided to divide people with these genitals and these genitals into these two categories, but intersex people exist, so the universe, the world doesn't draw lines between things the way that humanity does. And I love pre-war money as an example of that, because like every time you see pre-war money, you're kind of confronted with the reality that that is not a thing that has objective value or use. That is a thing that we give money to, or a thing that we give value to culturally. It's like, I remember as a kid being like really tripped out like that. Like, really, humanity got everyone to agree that these pieces of paper, like, that's incredible. Like, if we could all agree on that, why can't we all agree to like not pollute and that kind of shit? Talking Dead and all different labels without community come for zombies, without ever using zombies, yeah. Who dropped the bombs? Oh, right, I was talking about the dropping the bombs thing, right? So, if people are having a second gear conversation about who dropped the bombs, that's fun. But some people just really can't engage that topic unless we're like conspiracy theorists really saying like what is true in the franchise. Like I had and I think that I'm like kind of triggered by that. Like me and my housemate watched the movie Beau is Afraid, which is, the whole thing is a poem. The whole thing is metaphor. It's just the movie is very abstract. And he got like really caught up in trying to sort of analyze what was true from Beau's perspective, like in the universe. Like, yes, the movie itself is a metaphor, etc. But what was real for Beau? And I got like semi-triggered because I was like, the whole movie wasn't like realistic. Like, it wasn't internally realistic. It was like a weird dream. So I don't think we're supposed to be analyzing what was true from Beau's perspective. And I'm being very David Lynch right now, but being very David Lynch, like sometimes the answer is that there's not an answer. And so like, I think I get triggered when people don't just allow it to be an abstraction. So like, I'm worried when I see videos like who dropped the bombs, like with people that I know are looking at it that way. It was weird. It almost became a fight. I think it's probably because it reminds me of my mom. My mom very, very much could not tell the difference between her opinion and facts. Like, really couldn't. Like, I don't think she entertained that. Like, the idea that you can have a personal opinion about an objective fact. Like, I think that, you know, belief in God is a perfect example of this. Like, whether or not there is a God, a higher power making decisions for us, whether there is or isn't, there is an answer that exists, but we don't have access to it. And so everybody has the right to have an opinion of what is out there. And I think a lot of autistic people are really uncomfortable with allowing uncertainty like that. A lot of traumatized autistic people. So they get really like stuck in this is correct. And I think it's the kind of thing that interferes with our ability to socialize. And that's what the point of this whole Truth Gears thing is to help us interface with each other socially and have it make sense that people can have different opinions about facts in a way that you can be comfortable with. and to basically know what you have the right to think. Because I definitely really struggled with, until I have proof, I don't have the right to think anything, you know? Basically, it was like, and I think that's why I got so absorbed into toxic relationships and stuff, because I had to have this thing that I now call an autistic comfy seat, which is like, and this kind of goes along with why I made the video about faith, because sometimes you have to make decisions before you have all of the possible information, but you still have to make a decision. And I, you know, like I made a video back in the day. I don't know if Love Us Bug Us is here, who watched the Dins, but I made a video called Too Stupid to Vote, like a decade ago, more than a decade ago, about how I was just so overwhelmed because I just thought, if I don't have all the facts about all these things that I'm voting about, then I'm just gonna muddy the waters. And I'm like not educated enough to make these decisions in any capacity. And, but in life, voting is one example, but there's a lot of things in life that are like that, where you have to make a decision and you have to base it, but my autistic brain has to base that decision on something. If it's not based on something, I can't make a decision. And so I offloaded that stuff to abusive people. Like, I don't know where I should go to school. I don't know where I should do this. And it seemed like an overwhelming amount of work. And, to know everything that I needed to know. And so this framework sort of helped me figure out why, under what conditions, that I'm supposed to take in somebody else. Because I would just get so confused, you know, with the ideas that I was supposed to respect. And my autistic brain was like, it's not honorable for me to pretend that I respect things that I don't really respect. And so I would just end up with fights with people. Like, I would need people to justify their every thought. And I wouldn't just allow people to go on their own journeys, unfurling reality. And looking back, you know, I mean, obviously it was autism, but so much of it was just growing up in environments that didn't encourage me to have opinions. Anybody I've ever been able to listen to that I could also read is Women Who Run with the Wolves. And many, many things, from stories to how we behave in the wise to this day. Yeah. Alright, I'm going to crack open the game again. Okay, that's Sanctuary. Alright, we just did all the armor, so now we gotta do the guns. Yeah, I think that, I'm going to call it now. I think that what research is going to find is that, probably in other cultural contexts, autism wouldn't have as many stark differences with neurotypical as it does. Because our current society relies on conformity at like a mass scale. And, autistic people don't really operate that way. ADHDers either. And so we're kind of like poking holes. We're like, the guy who makes these videos is like kind of super angry and a little bit hateful, but this guy made this video about how we're like the immune system. that is just challenging a lot of these cultural norms, questioning all these things that neurotypicals don't question. And but his position is that the disease, that we are the he basically says neurotypicality is the disease, and that's where I don't agree. I think that the culture that neurotypicals are lemmings to is the disease. Because, you know, neurodivergent people just aren't going to take things at face value. We're going to ask, why are we doing it this way? And we're going to constantly want to improve it, so, you know, we don't just, like, walk off a cliff. And I think that if that strikes me as very evolutionary, for there to be a subset of the population that doesn't just obey. But I think that both sides are needed. I don't think neurotypicals are the disease. I think that if it were all autistic people, then we wouldn't interface and form groups as easily. Like, I got in, not like an argument, but I sort of poked at an autistic Substack account once that was like, when autistic people talk to other autistic people, we don't have problems at all. And I was like, that's bullshit. Autistic people, get two autistic people in a room that have two different opinions on who dropped the bombs in Fallout, and they will both hold their positions until they die. Like, autistic integrity can be very maladaptive to cooperation. It really can. I think I really sincerely believe that a functioning society should include neurodiversity. We could also talk about the propaganda, not just the communists, but how they justify taking Canada and how they treat them and how they, oh yeah, don't think of them as people, think of them as Americans. Points for basic science, bringing back Mythbusters in context, and more of how these simple things. Atlas, hey, I can't stick around to bar. Yes. Oh my god, I'm like half expecting there to be some sort of bar. Dude, you know, I could take a screen grab of that bar thing that's on the front of the I don't know, maybe we can make a button out of that. I don't even know if you have a button maker yet. Bar. Ooh, I really like that. I'm like, something that's kind of nice about the weapons painting as opposed to the armor is that, like, you can see. Originally, I wanted to open a bar at Wasteland Weekend many moons ago. Is Wasteland Weekend a different thing? Oh, I can't paint the flamer? Oh, you don't have a button maker yet? There's something about bar that is really funny. Like, I think even people who aren't in on our joke, if they saw that, man, it's gonna be awkward for me going to bar now. I'm gonna have to get, mocktails. I'm gonna feel so lame doing that. I'm probably just gonna get, like, water. I guess that's lame, too. Oh, man, I feel like I'm at that age of lameness where I'm like, what makes me feel the best is to do things that are good for my body. I don't enjoy poisoning myself anymore. I'm like, there's another, Fallout thing that we're not going to? How is that? That's not okay. It makes me sad that I'm so bad at, like, staying on top of the discords where so much socialization is going on. Like how Fallout could be such a huge thing in my life, but I still, but maybe that's just, you know, my trauma that thinks I'm supposed to be one of the popular kids. Maybe I'm better off just focusing on making things, you know, and being one of those sort of aloof, mysterious people, like, make enough content that I get really good at it and get a reputation for making content, and then people don't expect me to talk in discords because I'm too cool making things that people watch. But I can't like shake off the feeling that if I am not like really socially engaged in discords or something like that, that I'm not going to ever get enough numbers, you know? It's more generally post-apocalyptic. Oh, then Fallout specifically, and there used to be something of a prejudice against Fallout cosplay there. What? What? There was a prejudice against Fallout cosplay? Why? 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 That's when I started to suspect I had something going. Oh, wait. Oh, how, playing the Witcher RPG with friends, I was asking about how armor absorbs damage, and my friend used a different word than the one I read in the book. My brain said, "Let's die on this hill tonight." How Brain said the same, and we started getting loud. We didn't realize until we noticed everyone else moving away from us. The silly thing it was just a bad translation. Oh yeah, exactly. That's a perfect example. Because, like, we, you know, I call that an example of, like, this is, like, the only book that I actually did write. I wrote a book called The Rigid Autistic Meaning Making Map. It's that we want to live in a consistent reality. And that dysregulation is chaos, anarchy, you know. And that, I think that's what a lot of the angry Fallout fans. But yeah, you can see with a brain like that why having something like Truth Gears would be really helpful. Ah, people are still standing over there.
Can't remember the last time I saw the sunrise. Even
Okay.
this place can look pretty. Nothing stays hidden forever. At least, not if I have my say.
I'm in God mode. Why am I still walking so slowly? No. I just want to give you a gun.
This is what I've got.
I just can't put armor on people that have cool outfits. I just can't do it. But what kind of gun should you have? Something about the 44 feels right for Piper, doesn't it? Alright, hopefully you won't die. Okay.
Human carry so much. Strong only need hammer.
You know what? Who asked you?
Nick,
Time to hit the road?
just looking to trade a little.
Oh, sure thing.
Oh, Piper's being creepy back there. Loathe Taylor Swift, but can't help it here. Yeah, I think that I, like, gave up on Taylor Swift, like, 2 albums ago or something. I just got bored. But I think I've told you guys before that there's no demographic of human being that I relate to less than straight white women. Unless they're, like, new agey weirdos. I don't get straight, white, neurotypical women until they, like, get into tarot and crystals and stuff. Then we can have a conversation. I mean, I'm not even totally convinced that, he's not really a shotgun guy, is he? Maybe you get a 44 too. Oh, the site. Good call. Something else I really like about the site is, and this is something that frustrates me about a lot of these, like, kind of third gear people,
Hi.
is they, when it comes to psychic things,
I just want to
they're like, well, if they were really psychic,
a bank.
then they would be, if they were really psychic, then they'd be able to be really specific, but it's always these vague, wispy things, and I'm like, of course it's vague, wispy things, because whatever information that they're not getting from typical sensory stuff. They're getting it from, like, vibes and abstractions and, a sense that is not the five senses that you know. So, so the way that they would communicate, it's really frustrating because they're getting signals that they've never been taught to, translate. That's sort of the fantasy of getting your Hogwarts letter, right? To finally get an education on how to interpret these signals. And, like, I've vented to Atlas about this before, how I'm not saying that I have psychic powers, because as soon as you say that, but I do think that I perceive stuff that I don't know how to interpret. And so it's kind of pointless. Because I can't... Why do I have that much ammo for alien blaster rounds? I gotta be accidentally hitting, like, a console command or something for that. I'll give you an example. So, when I was still very much under the control of my... I'm gonna give you both of these because I can't decide. Of my keeper. I taught with her a couple of autistic holistic communication classes. And one of them was for allistics, and the other one was for autistics. And when I did the allistics, the class for allistics, it went really, really well. In fact, she might still have it on her website. Nobody's helping her with her website now, so I have no idea. I think last I heard, somebody told me that it was still there. And then I also taught, this, like, a class, Autistic Holistic Communication for Autistics. Now, when I was teaching it for Allistics, I was teaching the majority, the more privileged of the two classes of people, how to help and support and have better relationships with autistic people. But when I was teaching it to autistic people, I was teaching autistic people how to appease and how to have better relationships with the more powerful social class, which is allistics. And my keeper, after the class, called me and told me basically that she wasn't going to offer the class for autistics because apparently I was really nervous and I didn't present the information as well, and it just had a weird vibe, and that we should probably wait until we teach the class again and sell whatever version, like as far as the recording, selling the recording, and that we should probably sell a different recording of that class because there was something just that was kind of weird about it. Now, in hindsight, now I know what happened. And that is my nervous system clenched up. Because something in me knew that I was, like, betraying my people when I was teaching that class. That I was teaching autistic people to behave for allistics the way that I was behaving for my keeper. That I was betraying us. Like, when I was teaching allistics how to treat us better, I felt more confident, more aligned, more like I was doing the right thing, but I felt something dark and wrong about teaching. It's like if a black person was teaching other black people to be Uncle Ruckus or something. It was like or to be Uncle Tom's. It felt weird. And but I didn't know why it felt weird yet. I just felt like this abstract signal. And so I think a lot of, you know, sort of psychic Mama Murphy visions and things like that are like that, where people, like, I think that there might be a physical, you know, third gear truth, objective explanation for what people are perceiving. But I don't think that they have to be 100% factually accurate 100% of the time for it to mean something. Like, I think over time, you kind of have to learn how to interpret these first gear signals. And so, and sort of by trial and error, figure out what they mean. And if you measure it against seeing something directly or touching something directly, then of course it's going to let you down. Oh wait, no, I want sturdy, not light. Like our sturdy. Arm L. Come. I guess I should ring the bell again, huh?
Strong go with human.
No.
We need to swap some gear.
Strong can carry more than puny humans.
I should really paint that assault rifle. You're repping us now. I'm pretty sure I can paint the assault rifle. Fair point recognition is the hardest part of it. So in contextual hindsight, their loss, you didn't dim yourself so you could shine for us, huh? Yeah. That was sort of the beginning of the end. And a friend of mine watched the footage of that class because I asked her to basically tell me what clips, because I have clips from that class on my website, zemdanga.com. And she told me that my keeper was pretty disrespectful to me and like talked over me and stuff, you know, like, or basically was kind of competitive with me. And I told you guys about my whole like poison breakfast, poison orange juice metaphor, I think last week, right? That like there was a lot of like kind of demeaning shit that I kind of had gotten used to.
We need to swap some gear.
Okay.
Just gives me the Wiggins. I'll give you one of these too since you already have the ammo for it. It's a shame I can't paint the dog armor. But, you know, I can never resist putting goggles on the dog. It's so cute.
I see how you're looking at me. Not saying I don't like it, just thought I'd clear the air.
Flirty. What about the vampire from Fallout 3 or the family? There's an opinion that they're hungry cannibals by that they're just hungry cannibals.
Talk and talk boring. Humans should fight more.
Yeah,
Made it another.
all right, Tina,
Just wanna
you
trade a few
are
things.
helpless and we gotta fix that. One of the people that I have wanted to armor the most. But she should probably have leather, huh? I can't believe how many hours I've spent just working on these 5 settlements. Apparently one of the hardest lessons is just because you can take the blows doesn't mean you should have to. Yeah. I try to look at that a lot with a lot of the bullshit that I've experienced is, at least I know what I can survive now. Arm L, leather light. Arm R. Leather light. Chest leather light. Leg R, leather light. Leg L. Leather light. Do we want to put a helmet on her? What a fucking ridiculous helmet. It's a shame there's not a leather helmet. Alright, and you got a shotgun. That looks pretty good. There, now you're not helpless.
Next person that asks me to shag is getting a well-placed kick, if you get my meaning.
So,
Who here is hitting on you, Kate?
road?
You know what? Since we talked, I'm feeling swell. Look at the two of us here in Sanctuary.
I feel like you should have a gun of some sort.
Would you like me to go with you? Some of it to store my new observation.
What have you got to trade today?
I just want you to have ammo, dude. I didn't really mean for this to be a monetary thing, but apparently it has to be with you. Fine, whatever.
They didn't tell me much.
I just need to trade gear with you.
Marcy, I'm gonna put you in leathers because you just seem like a badass that should be wearing leathers. Let's put you in leather sturdy. Hmm. Please don't feel bad for how many hours you spend on a few settlements, but your own is turning to... Yeah. Exactly. Here's an easier one and more lighthearted. The kings from New Vegas, they believe he was a religious figure and there's not... Yeah, to contradict it. Yeah, and that can be compared to uh Swatas. The Swatters from Diamond City. Arm L leather sturdy. Arm R leather sturdy. I'm bummed I didn't upgrade the other sturdy that well, but okay, and you got a shotgun. I don't remember if that's a painted one or not, so I'm gonna get one that is. Cool. You are not helpless now. Oh man, you got nothing.
Just wanted to trade a few things.
Of course.
I wish we could name the settlers, don't you? This guy looks like a Steven. That we should name the settlers. It just makes me itch. Just feels incomplete. Can I just put clothes over that? I don't know if he I don't know if he needs oh no, but I was gonna put like maybe the athletic outfit. Oh, was there a settler name mod that's broken? Yeah, there was a name your saves mod for Cyberpunk that was always kind of wonky, and I always thought that was kind of a shame. But I'll leave that outfit in case I change my mind. Let's do leather tough. And helmet. I don't know if I want to put it on him because I like the... I like his little hat, but in case I change my mind. He's got a helmet on him. So you got a hunting rifle. You got... Did I do ammo yet? Yeah. You got some ammo. And... There. You're not helpless
My old
anymore.
man taught me that duct tape could fix anything. I don't think he was talking about bullet holes.
Looks like I want to chit-chat.
George and Rex and I run this radio station.
Need something?
You
Let's see
don't...
what kind of clothes you got for sale.
You should not be using that dialogue because... I just want to give you a shotgun. There you go. Oops, no. Oh, I can't... I just sold it to her? She doesn't equip it? That's dumb. Oh, is she too much of a lady to shoot things? Whatever.
Need something?
That's sexist.
There you are. Almost thought you forgot about me.
Never.
I just want to trade a few things.
Oh, I see. All I'm good for is hauling your crap.
Oh, come on. I'm gonna give you a sniper rifle and a hunting rifle because I'm such a nice guy. Oh yeah, so what I was gonna say earlier, I can't remember, I had this thought, but I think that because I don't have the Fallout 3 saves, I might put these notes for the video on the back burner and just do the Fallout, collection of TV show videos this week. And maybe do some shorts in the process. That's probably the responsible thing to do. So if you guys want to, this week, binge, old Lindsay TV show videos, and, yeah, I don't need to give you any armor because I don't want to mess with your outfit. And if you notice any, like, good one-liners that would be good for shorts, let me know.
Look at the angle here.
Can put them in the comments of this stream. Okay, did I give Hancock a gun yet?
This place isn't
Hancock.
awful.
Look
It's
who
still
it
a
is.
hole, but it could be
We
worse.
heading out again?
Just wanted to trade a few things.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, did McCready have the headshots perk? You have to trade with Anne in the middle of the night when her store is closed. Well, I gave the Vault Tech guy, or sold him the, gun, and it still let me equip it. Even though it was when the store was open. Okay, you got gun now. Nick's staring at me with those big Nick eyes. Alright, so I gave you a gun. I gave you a gun, but it's not equipped yet. You got armor. You got armor.
Anything I can do? You just say the word.
A pleasure to see you.
Check on your sister, please. Is that everybody?
What's going on?
Oh, I did not get
Let's trade
Sturgis.
some things.
Alright, so he already has the... why did I take... Maybe... No, I already took it back. It's done. Okay. Shotgun. Let's do combat tough. Armor, combat tough.
What's going on?
You look kind of ridiculous. Oh, you should have a helmet on.
Just wanted to trade a few things.
ought to be careful. I can fix most things, but people don't fix so easily.
That's what Curie's for. Oh yeah, where is Curie?
Huh? Speak up.
Oh yeah, you can't really do anything with her,
Listen,
can you?
Got something with a bit of a kick for me, kid?
Still looking.
All right, I'll keep waiting.
Yeah?
Alright. Which kind of... now that I have explicit permission to do so... Wait, are your shorts going to be the ones that loop? You know, the ending and the beginning seem to be connected? I'm not gonna bother with that. I mean, they're gonna loop anyway, but... I'm just looking for, like, good moments, eye-catching moments. Another one of, many feet in the veto room, people making clip shorts of their content is a common thing. Yeah, the shorts are just a good way for people who consume shorts content to be made aware of my videos. They just have bigger reach. It's like they're like commercials for the videos, really. Like, have you guys seen the person with shorts, Fallout shorts, that I see the most often is Tunnel Snake's Fool, if you guys have ever seen her. But she does, like, news and... like, basically all her videos are, like, news and gossip and whatever people are arguing about right now. My nervous system would explode if I made content like hers. But it is a good way to, like, stay in touch with what's going on. But yeah, sometimes I get anxious just watching her videos because... I don't know, I just couldn't, It just looks so anxious. It looks so stressful to stay on top of the stuff that she stays on top of. Oh yeah, Curie. I have to check to see if she has a gun anyway.
It is hard to determine whether the surface is more or less susceptible to outbreaks, but a preparation plan is never a bad idea. I should be able to make another steam pack soon. Do you need something, madam?
Are her stim packs better? Yeah, how are you doing?
How are you doing?
I find myself wanting to set out again and see the world. I am tempted to do this on my own, but there is so much danger. I hope we can renew our partnership. For science, of course.
For science!
Let's trade some things.
But of course.
Oh yeah, I did want to... I might give her like an Institute, painted Institute rifle. I didn't paint any of the Institute rifles, but I don't know, because she's a synth body, it seems like on brand. I don't know. Alright, I think that we have done what we wanted to do here. Ish. I also wanted to have a couple other things on my to-do list. But I think I want to end the night doing something decorative, but also satisfying and useful. Like maybe build shops at one of the other settlements or something. Like I still haven't done like a restaurant anywhere. No, I wanted to start my robot settlement. Because I want to send all the robots to the what's it called? The Free the Robots, the Sunshine Tidings. Alright, let's get my shit back. Alright, this is what I wanted. This is where my shit is. I got so much shit. I don't even know what some stuff is. Why do I have this much weight? Ah. Should probably, like, pick one of these guns to actually equip. I like 44s. Man, I got level up 3 now. Can I hit armor now? Nope, still not 39. Even though I got 3 points. Well, now I have 3 points. Oh yeah, I still have those dog traps. Now would probably be the time to release them. Shouldn't there be a cat running around somewhere? I haven't seen the cat in a while. I hope nothing happened to it. Oh my god, it's another evil dog. Is it always gonna be evil dogs? Are we supposed to, Are we supposed to not do the dog thing until we can, like, tame them? Because catching dogs and immediately killing them is really making me sad. I'm a map geek, that's how I found out about the Tunnel Snakes gal, because of her mapping stuff from... Seems like that's not the focus anymore. Too bad you don't have the working popcorn machine from 76. It'd be perfect for movie theater settlements. Yeah. I didn't add a light switch. Do I need a light switch? Little Robco, that's cute. Good night, James. Thanks for coming. The coffee shop. I have everything, whatever came with Anniversary Edition, I have. I don't even know everything that I have. Because I really only got it because I wanted the armor paints. That's the only stuff I really looked at that carefully. So, like, when I'm opening the settlements thing, and I'm scrolling through it. It's like Christmas. I'm like, ooh, I have that. I have all these plants. I have all these, like the umbrellas. Oh my god. Probably have stuff I could do to fix this later, but the dopamine is commanding me elsewhere. Oh yeah, I have to assign the cat to somebody, don't I? Oh, you, Piper, you want a cat? I think Marcy needs a cat. Oh yeah, I had this Giddy Up Buttercup and I was really confused like what happened to it, and it's because it's in I should put the bobbleheads in here too. Oh, I can't put bobbleheads in there. Mr. Handy model. Lunch boxes. Oh, I have another magazine in there. That's cool. Okay. I thought I was gonna get a banana. I forgot. You don't have to keep unplugging. You just turn it off. Oh, yeah. I did my own mapping approximation of what vault might be near me, partly because of her also. All the hammering of nothing. My armor looks pretty. Well, I guess next time I'm over here, hopefully I will run into that cat and assign it to somebody. Oh yeah, did I show you guys this last time? This was, I was trying to decide, like, what leathers and stuff to put. It was just driving me crazy that I didn't know what any of my clothing items looked like. So I, like, spent an afternoon, you know, setting all of these up just so I could see what the fuck my clothing items looked like. It was actually kind of nice because, it gave me a chance to really, like, appreciate a lot of these outfits that I'd never really taken the time to stop and look at before. But I kind of, I guess, took for granted, in a way. And I had them all organized. This, how autistic is this? I was like, these are all... Oh yeah, like, remember when I said I thought I killed all those Triggermen and all those Triggermen suits? Like, it's because they're not called, like, Triggermen suits. And all the clothing items are in there. That's something that's on my to-do list, but the dopamine isn't really calling to me right now. I think I'm gonna take 5 and eat some yogurt. But let's go to Sunshine Tidings. That's gonna be how we wrap up the night. But I'm kind of stuck because, like, normally with a settlement, I'm, like, thinking about making beds and all of that kind of thing. But if it's gonna be a robot settlement, then it doesn't really matter if there are chairs or anything. So while I'm taking 5, I invite you to... Oh my god! Why are so many exclamation points? While I'm taking 5, feel free to share your thoughts on what I should put, other than, obviously, the robot workbench. And then we'll do that for, like, 45 minutes, an hour or so, before I call it a day. Or a night. Before I call it something. maybe, what I really need to do is just, think in terms of robot tech gadgetry and actually like just scroll through and see what I have in terms of all the like the new gadgets that I got with the anniversary edition. And this feels like this shed thing is kind of where maybe I should put my work tables. You're a human. I don't want you to be here. I can't send you to Sanctuary? Psh. Well, good thing that a lot of areas are already prepped. Finch Farm has all sorts of shit. Go there. Did that go? I wish it made some sort of confirmation sound. You go to Finch as well. Maybe I could think of this place as like a, like a tourist attraction. Like, people don't live here, but we could just make it work. Is there any sort of power source over here? How does it have lights and stuff? That's another thing I try not to think about in Fallout. Like, you go and you can, like, pull a fusion core out of something. And the power doesn't go away. Doesn't turn off. And there's still lights in the building that work. Scrapping ghouls. Now, where should I put the robot? But now that I'm walking around this place, it seems like kind of a shame to not have people live here because there's so much stuff to do here. But then again, that could just make it like a fun playground to do whatever I want. Outhouse. I need to decide. Ooh. There are no people here now. What about that robot that was like so cool that was rocking around here? That was the hippie. I still wanted that guy. The far out, man. Where'd he go? Alright, decisions. Where should I put the robot workbench? So this is this width. Which one is the widest? But this one has the free the robot sign on the side, which is cool. If you want to make it look like a tourist attraction, why don't you take some examples from the location in Fallout 4 for General Atomics? Yeah. And this is the same width over here. I feel like this... What, didn't one of these already have like some sort of arcade in it? Like, I feel like arcade games, and I know those came with the... anniversary edition stuff. Okay, let's put the robot workbench in the middle of this and start there and see what happens. I hate scrapping things, but it's happening. Man, a lot of creepy settlers standing places. Oh yeah, this feels right, doesn't it? But should I turn it this way? No, I guess not, huh? I don't know if I like coming in this door and seeing it sideways, though. Let's get the chemistry station out of here. I don't think that's gonna stay there, but... Peg is making fussy noises. I swear, sometimes I just think she's being a brat. But why aren't you playing with me? Thank you. Yes, don't forget to save. You know, I feel like maybe I've matured a lot that doesn't trigger my PDA. I don't want to make you self-conscious about it because it really genuinely does it, but I feel like it's the kind of thing that you used to. Something just leapt to mind. You know how I was talking about how, like, one of the things that I love about Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and how it does such a good job of, like, making fun of how abusive people think? I was just thinking about how, like, a lot of my, a lot of people who were super abusive to me, like, really believed that they were handling me the only way I could be handled. You know, that, like, that I was, you know, things like my PDA made me so difficult and unreasonable that they had no choice, but to, deal with me. And when they did these abusive things to me, and it got me to behave, quote unquote, then they were doing it correctly. Like, I think one of my Fallout videos, I was talking about the way that Stephanie treats Chet, and that if she treats him, you know, this way, and she gets him to do what she wants, then she's doing life correctly, right? There's an episode of Always Sunny in Philadelphia where they're talking about this cousin that they called, like, the snail, and they would salt the snail. And when they talked about her, they were like, she was just so awful, we just had no choice. And it just sounds so like, it sounds like ridiculous the way that they're justifying their bullying by being like, well, how else are you supposed to deal with somebody that annoying? She's just so awful, you know, and so terrible that and then they talked about how, like, one of the reasons that they hated her so much is because she gave them no choice but to do these horrible things. And I just really think that that really nail on head to how a lot of abusive people think, a lot of bullies think, that because they feel shame, you know, about the horrible things that they do. But they really think that people deserve it. Like, the people that they do it to deserve it. Or that there's, like, no other way to... And sometimes they punish you more for making them feel guilty. Alright, so let's see. What do we got? Oh, I gotta put power, though. Ugh, how should I do this? I feel like every settlement I sort of come up with new, methods for placing and hiding the generator. I really don't want to put it inside here. Kill, they're still standing there. Come on, I told you where to go. Is this what makes sense? It's out front, though. Okay. First, foundation. I've always been partial to the... Oh, that's roof. Whoops. Concrete. Well, they don't feel what they're doing because they're avoiding shame. And this is just, you know, coming from my... This is the second gear. Second gear. One of the reasons they don't know what they're doing is because they're avoiding it. I mean, they're mindlessly obeying their nervous systems. A lot of the time. But, like, I mean, I think that shame issue, whether or not, like, they're avoiding shame, is sort of the difference between, like, a narcissist and, like, a psychopath. But actually, it's kind of funny that you bring that up in the sense that that's what, another thing that always Sunny sort of shines a spotlight on is that Dennis, the most psychopathic, evil one, they make a lot of references to that he has no feelings. Like, there's this one episode when he's talking to Mac, and he's talking about, like, this girl that he's dating, and he's like, it's so funny, like, when I'm with her, I have feelings again. Like, remember when we had feelings when we were kids? And Mac just looks at him like, I have feelings every day. You don't have feelings? And in an episode in the most recent season, you know, he hooks up with this, like, 19-year-old, and then, like, you know, something terrible ends up happening to her, and he's like, I don't feel bad at all. And then he takes a deep breath and goes, I don't feel anything. It's just so fucked up. Or what about Time, where he met some people from his high school and he stated that he was popular one, but they just said he was a guy who... Yeah, that comes up a few times. Oh man, there's so many things about Dennis that are so, so clever. The relationship between Mac and Dennis reminds me a lot of my relationship with my keeper. Except I was never in love with her. Gross. In fact, I think that drove her crazy. Like, she was, like, really weird about me coming out as gay. And I have a few theories about that. Yeah, the fact that me and Mac were both gay is another thing that's really funny about it. But she was really weird about it, and I'm not, like, solid on why, but I do wonder if it had something to do with the fact that she just couldn't understand that I could be gay that whole time and not be in love with her. like, like if that just made her nuts. Come on. What if I just want to put this on top of this? Okay. I want to enclose the... I didn't want to just put the generator on the ground because then it's got that whole uneven ground problem and that makes me fucking crazy. But I do hate exposed generator. That's just like asking for trouble. Or he met some people in high school. She, not you. Because you seem like it's a huggable point. Oh, thank you. I wish I could break the habit of talking about it all the time. I'm hoping that I will stop talking about it all the time once I'm like really feel financially stable. But it's like until I feel like an adult finally, fucking 40 years old, um it feels like something was still like taken from me that I haven't gotten back, you know, like so I'll just continue to feel like if I fast travel away and then come back, will these people go away? It's just oh, now it's bugging me that this is like slightly too wide. Okay, this isn't... Man, that gap makes me crazy. When you put things on the ground and it's not level. I've done this in a few settlements and sort of liked it. Oh, see what happens when it's like a million feet off the ground? Ah. A million feet, that's what I just said. Oh, I guess this isn't that. Maybe I'll feel better about it if I just put like a fence around it. A little wire fence. Just a little one. Same type of steel walls? Oh, you mean like steel walls that'll match the, I think I'm pretty happy with the wire fence. Oh, maybe I could have scooted that a little. I thought it was clipping when it wasn't really. Because of the hole. I guess kind of the nice thing about the wire fence is that if it is clipping, you can just sort of pretend. Like, it's one of the reasons I like the junk fence so much. Is because, I guess I don't want to use two different corners. Because even when it's clipping, it just sort of looks like, oh, maybe it's just kind of thrown together. Yeah, clipping through junk. I meant to do that. Of course it looks sloppy and messy. It's immersive. Yeah, this wire fence thing might be something I sort of file away in my head when I'm like, I just want to make I just want to make the fusion reactor look contained and not just like I just slapped it there because I needed power. Yes, a Bethesda. I meant to do that. When is this, the 76 update coming out? And it's funny because when I was looking at the comments of people who were irritated about it, I'm seeing like the same thing that you always see, which is like how all the fans want is for things to like not be broken and to run smoothly. But Bethesda's always preoccupied with come on. It's not letting me grab anything. I guess I need to maybe get some stairs. Temporary placement stairs. It's not letting me select the stupid... Oh my god, that is maddening. And I would TCL, but that normally makes snapping even, like... It won't let me select it at all. I can't even select it to delete it. Oh my god, why? Okay, if I... Oh my god. Do I have to, like, turn off my Place Anywhere mod so it stops highlighting everything around it? I don't want to have to delete the vine. Oh my god, I don't know what to do. The only hope I think I got is to, like, loop it the other way around. Oh, is it not gonna go through there? Oh, son of a biscuit. Ha 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 ha. Oh, but it's not even. What? Ah, and now it's doing that thing again. Well, it's better than what the supermarts do. They have their generator for next to where they store their food. No wonder it's radiated. Hell, Martin boy. Haha. All right. So everything is accounted for. So what else should we do in here? Or should we wire it across? Oh, now it's all dark. It's all dark. Let's see what we got in terms of... Oh wait, first save. Save. Serve. Yeah, I still haven't. I think somebody mentioned earlier that I still haven't put in a bobblehead display. Fishing shit. But that's not very robot related, is it? Dispenser. Projector thing is cool to know. Televisions might be relevant. What kind of new tables do I got? I did, but also look for the manufacturing assembly line. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Good point, good point, good point. I keep forgetting that exists. Thank you. And these kind of vault tech looking table things are pretty cool. Counters. A lot of this creation club sort of stuff is a little bit too clean, isn't it? Metal shelves. Tiki stand. I do like the metal directly against the wall shelves. And then I can spend a million hours putting things on those shelves. Only now I'll remember to do it in building mode. Enclave shit does tend to look more robotic. Lockers are a good thing to keep in mind. A teddy bear can be a container? Is that where you hide your weed? Your irradiated weed? Toolboxes and oil cans. Yes. Yeah, I could put a power armor workbench. What section would workbenches be? Like the automata, like what section? Is that in structures? Elevators, vault. Where, yeah, where is that stuff in the menu? Because I should have that DLC. I keep forgetting that these elevators are here. I keep thinking I don't want to fuck with them. Brick, metal. Yeah, am I losing it? Am I losing it? Resources. Cages. Raider. Arcade cabinets. Capital Wasteland, all the Art Deco stuff. Power manufacturing machinery? Is it in the base menu? Because it doesn't appear to be there. Is my... I got Creation Club, Raider, Cages, Crafting, Stores, Resources, Defense, Power, Decorations, Furniture, Structures. Do I have to, like, start a quest to activate it? This is upsetting. Bus stop shelter. These are cool. Not for this, but this is the cool way to half-ass putting up a thing real fast to put a bed under it. Oh yeah, these are these umbrella things that when I saw this, I was like, oh man, these would have been really, I would have been really excited to see those when I was doing that first sweep of Sanctuary. Oh, under power. Good call. Aha, there we go. Yeah. Oh man, I remember when I first got this, like when it was new. I was like so fucking excited about building my machines. Machines. Armor forge and weapons forge. Yeah, this feels so right for this space, doesn't it? Doesn't it feel so right? The ammo plant is definitely... I don't know if I have the bandwidth to, a builder is used to create new objects out of the objects in its inventory. You can place objects in it directly or to attach a conveyor belt to feed it into it automatically. The builder will continue to create new objects as long as it has power and the required objects or components in its inventory. Oh yeah, I remember like in how it would kind of spit stuff out. And then I had to like set it up. But right now I almost feel like I'm just using it as a decoration. Hopper. Component sorter. And we'll just put that there for now. Put a different machine on the other side. Oh, but these do snap. Cool. And that if you just want to be lazy and have it spill onto the floor. Oh, but if I put that there, then there's not like walking space to put around it, is there? What about on the other side? I need to like look up how this stuff fits together and do it right. This might require too much thinking for tonight. But I do think, but at least we are decided what we're gonna do in here. Or something is more... Oh, I'm too tired. I should probably go to bed. Alright. Quit. How do I go back to the other screen? There we go. I still don't remember which button's which on my thing. Alright. Thank you so much. Oh, there's only one person left. Well, the one person who is left there with me. Thank you for being here. Have a fantastic evening. Oh, that's weird. The numbers are lying. Yeah, I think both of you are clearly still here. Runa and Lord Nuke. Alright, thank you so much, and I guess we'll see what I end up doing on what ends up coming out on Friday. I think it's gonna be the TV show thing, but maybe I'll change my mind between now and then. But you guys are awesome. Stay cool, ferals. Until next time. Numbers lie. And Doc's here too! Definitely not just one. The numbers lie! Bye.